Hey, chat. I'll be there in just a minute. Just about ready to get started. Bear with me. Just a minute. See you soon. All right. All right. Hello, chat. How's it going today? Happy Thursday night for those of you in my time zone. Very early Friday for some of you. We're almost there. Almost. Chat. Hello, chat. I'm dying. I need the weekend. This week has been so crazy. I have already divulged more about what's going on at my work lately than I probably should. You know, I just always fingers crossed that nobody from my work ever finds me on stream. But man, if I could just like talk without worry about this stuff, I would have some stories for you guys. It's crazy right now. I think like half of it is like weird government related stuff, and half of it is like the end of the year tech companies like cleaning out staff. But man, I am an overworked boy at work right now, and they be keeping me late. They be frying all my brain cells. So I hope you're faring better than me, Chad, but I'm ready to wake up today, play some games, have a good cozy Thursday night, and anticipate the end as Friday comes around the corner. I do not work on the weekends, so I am looking forward to it. Let me see who's here. Snack, first one in here today. Hello. How you doing, Snack? Good to see you. Vision with the plink. Now, is that the correct plink? Maybe I don't have... Maybe I... Oh, I dropped something. Maybe I don't have 7TV activated on my OBS. Now I gotta look. Because I could have sworn plink was with an uppercase K. Vision always comes in with a plink, and it doesn't show for me. Is it my side that's messed up? Let me look. What am I using? Plink with a lowercase k. I am using it. I just can't see it on my side. Dang. I gotta bring back our little on-screen emote box so it actually plays. Welcome, Vision. Good to see you. Elvana Evergarden. Welcome. Hello. Hawoo Kenchi. Uwu is still not working. I don't know what's up with that command. I cannot get it to work. There doesn't look like there's any reasons why it shouldn't. Maybe I should try like removing all the emotes from it and then and then playing it, and then I like put one emote back in at a time. Maybe they like Stream Elements updated something to limit that recently, but that seems like a bad call for me. Anyway, hello Haruru. Watching Game Awards. You know, people were like are you gonna do something stream related for the Game Awards? I've never watched the Game Awards before, and I think I'm too late to it now because we're doing something. But should I start doing like stream sessions related to things like the Game Awards? I don't know. I guess some people watch it live. Is that even allowed by like Twitch terms of services? I almost feel like I'm missing out on something. Hey! How? Is it Pow or Peo? Welcome from Pio's stream. I remember meeting you the other night. Hello, first time chatter. 52 followers away from 1,000. That is right. It is gonna be a little tight. Actually, you know what, guys? I don't think it's too likely. I'm gonna be real, but I'm gonna try and pull out some stops. All right, we had this ultimate goal of hitting 1,000 by the end of the year. We're 52 away, and let me see. We're on December 7th. Usually I stream Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. So this is a Thursday. The next Sunday is the 10th. Tuesday is the 12th. Then we get the 14th. That's 3 streams. Then the 17th, the 19th, and the 21st. That's 6. And then we got 9. Like we go up to 9 in the Christmas week. And our very last stream is on the 31st before the New Year's this month. Very last day of the month brings us to 10. So we got 10 streams left. And I get anywhere between typically 1 to 4 follows a stream. Usually. Averaging around 2, I think. I usually get about 2 follows a stream. Sometimes we get 3, really rarely we get 4, sometimes we get 1. So if I go even like max and say we get 4 every single one of our remaining streams, that'll take us to 88 from here. Or actually this one has to count too, so it'll take us to 92, which is close if we get 4 every single one. But that's very unlikely for this stream. So we're gonna have to try some special stuff. I might stream some extra long streams or some extra day streams toward the end of the year, because I have that week off, you know, that week between, for the US, that Christmas week there between Christmas and New Year's. I have that off, so maybe we'll do some special stuff then. Maybe, now I hate to even do these, all right? I don't feel like I'm the right channel size to do these, but maybe we'll even pull out a subathon or something. I think the last time I tried a subathon was like nearly 3 years ago. Because they're not really my kind of thing. I don't want to make anybody feel like they gotta spend money. So I'll do something else if I can think of it. We'll pull out some special tricks and see if we can hit it. Because hey, what do we got to lose? Elva says, not the full name. What did I do wrong this time? See, I have to say Elvana Evergarden because I've been writing it lately. I'll get to that in a second. I'll just make you think. Uru says, Alan Wake 2 won narrative over Baldur's Gate 3. Let's go. Oh man, that's gotta have some people PO'd and I mean put out, you know. Not to say Alan Wake 2 doesn't have its lovers. I know Alan Wake 2 has been very popular, but Baldur's Gate 3 I know was like, people were going insane over. They still are. It's got a humongous following. People absolutely crazy about the narrative on that one. I think Alan Wake 2 is just a tiny bit more occult following. So I imagine like the Baldur's Gate crowd's got to be fuming, but I don't have any fish in either of those barrels or whatever saying you would put there. So I'm not sure. Both of them are in consideration for me playing. Alan Wake 2 is probably slightly more realistic for me to play because Baldur's Gate will be so long, but some people were interested in it, so it might be another commitment we decide to go with, just like we did Elden Ring. Sneck says, Friday it is for me. Had D&D night earlier. Sneck-kun good, just tired. Ah, D&D. D&D's been coming up a lot lately. Plink plink plonk. There is a plonk emote. I don't know it. I don't think I'm using it yet. Am I? Maybe. Maybe not. Apparently 7TV is not activated on my OBS, so I couldn't tell. It says, yep, I wonder what crazy shenanigans I've missed by not watching the Game Awards this year. I mean, I don't know. I gotta find out if that's allowed. If it's allowed or there's other things people do with it. If they like watch it but it's not on screen and they react and people just watch together. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll do something for it next year, guys. I'll look into it. I'll be like, hey, what games ceremony things are there out there that chat might be interested in? You guys can help me keep up to date. And I'll plan something. We'll experiment. I think it could be fun. Pal says, well, consider it done. I'm sure we can break 1K before the end. I think we still got a decent chance, you know? I mean, if I get 1 follower a stream, that we're looking at about 59 by the end of the year. But if I get 4 followers a stream, looking at like 92. Not all the way there, but pretty close. And that's within my possibility. We just gotta do some things that pull in new people, you know? We'll experiment a little bit. It says, man, I remember when I caught the Game Awards like 2 years ago and Sephiroth was announced for Smash. Oh, that was a good one to catch. Elvana Evergarden says, I'm being sent to detention. Maybe. House says, don't know, story-wise, people tend to have positive opinions on games with titles like real names. Is that true? Anything, like if you name your game after like a real name? I don't know, but Baldur's Gate's so well known. Maybe though. I mean, Baldur's Gate doesn't have like a super tight story, right? Because you can kind of guide the direction of it. That tends to be something that loses at some points with the critics, because they like to be like, oh, well, if it's choose your own story, it's just not well written, right? Because you have to like craft this excellent tale. But if you let the user pick their own path, then it's not going to be crafted the way you intended it to be, right? So maybe that's part of it. Floathers! Hello! Coming in with the Ikiki. I don't know if I appreciate that, but I appreciate seeing you. It says, nah, people watch it with it on screen. Several VTubers are doing it right now. Maximilian Dude is doing it right now. Does that mean it's within TOS, or are they just risking it though? Because that happens. You know what? I'm gonna try and do, like I said, I'm gonna try and do it with whatever like the next interesting one is. If the next interesting one is the VTuber Awards, well, I guess see you guys next year on that one. But look, we'll try it. Everybody, by the way, remember, we have an event going on. You may see this Christmas tree behind me. Well, this Christmas tree has a few baubles on it. And these baubles were made by members of our community. Up there right now, we have Peony Astera at the top. A little bit down, the blue background pink Squiddy Cat Squachel ornament was by Matriyachi, our very own Matreus. To the left over there, a little further down, Diamond Jawa with the Star Wars Jawa art ornament. And then further down there, on the right, I think I said right for Diamond Jawa, I meant left, sorry. On the right, we get the dark Abyssal ornament from Abyssal Knight hung on the tree. We've got 3 more to add today, but if you're artistically inclined, all throughout the month we're going to be decorating this tree with baubles made from the community. And there on Discord, there's a channel called Ornament Event, which has templates for these ornaments that you can just grab and you can throw some art on there. And you got yourself a bauble on the tree, and I'll hang you up next stream. I got a couple more to add to the tree tonight because some people made some, so I guess get in there while there's still space on the tree. We'll do our best. If we have to shrink the ornaments slightly, we might. There's also a second event in there called Storyteller Event for those who prefer to write rather than do art, or if somebody wants to do both. You can go in there and write a short story, preferably one that's like upbeat and or holiday-esque, just to fit the vibes, but it doesn't have to be that. You can give me a sad short story about something else in the year, or a long story, if you want to, I'll do my best to read it all. We're gonna have a couple sessions this December where I pull up a chair by the fire and I narrate to you. I read stories submitted by the community. There's not too many guidelines on them. They just have to be safe for stream and not full of hateful or offensive content. And that's about it. You'll see some guidelines there in the Ornament channel, and the Ornament event channel, and the Storyteller event channel there on the Discord. It says so many are doing it. I feel like they'd crack down on it by now. Joe Cat, Moist Critical, Max, the list goes on. They can't stop all of us. It's hard to say, but you're probably right. Probably at this point they've kind of caught on to the fact that people streaming it actually just brings much more attention to it than it would have normally. Kind of the same way the Let's Plays went. I don't know if you guys remember early on, Nintendo put a cease and desist out on Let's Plays. They were going after people, Let's Players. They were like, if you put up a Let's Play of a Nintendo game, we will take it down and we will use legal force against you. And so a bunch of people stopped doing Let's Plays of Nintendo games. And Nintendo felt the price of that one, because Let's Plays actually get a bunch of people interested in a game. It gets people to see games they didn't know about. Or it gets people to see some gameplay of a game that didn't look interesting enough for them to look into, and then they're like, huh, this game actually plays a lot better than I would have thought. And then they buy the game. Or they see a streamer and or YouTuber kind of sucking at the game, and it works like those really stupid phone advertisements. Have you ever seen the mobile ads? I guess they're not even all mobile these days. There's a lot on the social media where somebody's playing a puzzle game or something, and they're just doing so poorly in their way of trying to play it, and it looks so simple, and you're like, I'm smarter than that, do something right, and it gets frustrating. You curl your fingers and sometimes even your toes, and you're like, I need to get that game just so I can have the satisfaction of seeing it done right, because I'm curious what it looks like being done right. And hey, that's made me buy a few games. There's a couple of YouTubers who are a little bit, they struggle a little bit on some puzzle games. They're very entertaining, but they struggle in the puzzle games, and boy, that's gotten me to buy some puzzle games, let me tell you. So yeah, the Nintendo PR team's not too smart. They're a little behind on things, a little backwards about those. They took away their nicks. They told people, okay, it's all right to live stream our games now, to do Let's Plays of our games now. They jumped on the bus eventually. But yeah, they fell behind a little for a while. Hero Wars, exactly, that sort of thing. And it lets you preview the game. Yeah, because there's so much out there right now. The gaming market is saturated. And, you know, let's just be real. If you, like, see some kind of blue tinted sci-fi background with futuristic text that says something like Chromatic Dawn or something like that, or it's whatever title you want to, like, there's so many generic images and so many generic names that they got all lost amongst each other. You don't click on most of these things. Or you don't go watch trailers for most of these things, because you're just like, it sounds like everything else that's been released in the past 10 years. It doesn't necessarily mean like it is. I mean, like Starfield, there's nothing unique about Starfield's name. Now, I will say Starfield was a disappointment for some people, but it's still like a big game that some people had a lot of fun with. I wish I could think of a better example right now. There's certainly been a few amazing games with really lackluster titles recently. And you see a streamer or a Let's Player play that, and you're like, wow, this actually looks pretty good. It's like the best version of word of mouth. It says nobody would ever refuse clicking on something called Quantum Punk Turbo shit faster than light. I mean, maybe, Nid. I don't know if I'd say nobody. It'd certainly intrigue a lot of people, but you may find that it's hard to get advertisement going for that on most sites. Maybe not buy it, but it would get attention. Sure, on Steam, definitely, yeah. Joyville is one, basically Poppy Playtime. Oh, yeah, Joyville. Yeah, it just doesn't do anything. The name doesn't jump out. Names are really tough. I'm not going to give anything really a hard time, but you can get some really poor names. Like, what were some of them? I was trying to remember, because there were so many. Like, we got Outer Worlds and Outer Wilds came out pretty close together. I don't know. They just never, like, people need to get better at good titles. It seems like a lot of games that have a lot of love put into them really phone it in when it comes to the titles. But the title is like the first thing people see. Honkai just won Best Mobile. Was it Honkai Impact or Star Rail? Just out of curiosity, I'm assuming Star Rail. I guess they probably deserve that. I don't know, MiHoYo. A lot of people are super into it right now, so it's certainly like the mobile game that made the most noise this year. Whether or not it's actually best, I'm not surprised it won. I haven't gotten into Star Rail myself, but I have funded it for somebody. And it says there was a Square Enix mobile game called something like Day-to-Day Life or something. Really? Hey, Azrael dude. Hello, Ricky. I'm just watching the Game Awards too. Yeah, we're kind of talking about the Game Awards. But I will actually take a pause from that because I want to put up some ornaments on this tree. We've got a few new ones. Starting off with Nerve Toxin. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Nerve put himself on an ornament. Nerve's another VTuber in the community and has been hanging out here, has been hanging out on PO's stream. Submitted a Nerve Toxin ornament, nice and green. Definitely believable toxin-wise. Even the string there is glowing green a little bit. Wouldn't get too close to that one. Might get poisoned. We're gonna put that up somewhere like right here. Nerve, you look awesome, like a photo graduation. I don't know if Nerve has made it here yet, but I'll certainly show Nerve on the tree when Nerve shows up, because Nerve's here frequently. Mark says, oh yeah, I'm also here, forgot to announce myself. Hello, Mark! Welcome. Various Day Life, was that what it's called? Nid, somehow that sounds a lot more like a Square Enix title than Day-to-Day Life. Various Day Life, it has to just sound like a little bit weird. Nid says, oh yeah, I'm ready to send my first ornament too, so I'll send that later. Yeah, you get it in before Sunday and we'll hang it up on the beginning of Sunday's stream. How do I feel today? I'm doing all right, Azrael dude. You asked twice there in a short period of time. I'm doing good. I talked about how I was right at the beginning of stream, but pretty beat down from work, but ready to wake up tonight, I suppose. Let's see. Next, we got Elvana Evergarden. Here we are, Elva. This is the reason why I've been writing your name down, because you submitted an ornament. And when I download and save and also put things onto OBS, I like to use people's entire username, so that like when I see it, I'll always like know the full username to credit. So by just out of habit, I write down the whole thing, and therefore I'm saying Elvana Evergarden today because I've been writing it. Look at this one. You guys, you guys see this smug Christmas cat? Done by Elva. Elva is a fantastic artist in the community lately, came over from the PO side. Look at that. This Christmas cat is going up on the tree. Any sort of preference where it goes, Elva? You could even swap with Nerve if you want, since Nerve wasn't here to... Oh, nope, never mind, Nerve is here now, so you guys can battle each other for preference spots. Nerve, we just hung yours up a second ago. And Azrael dude says, quote unquote, Nerve, you look awesome. Looks like a photo graduation. What do you think, Elva? Where you want to hang it? Where does the EB want to go? You're good where yours goes? You like it up there, Nerve? Elva's wants to go like right here. Mark, you like the smug Christmas cat? We may organize these things a little bit tighter together later, depending on how many ornaments we get in. But I'll stick the Elva one right about here for now. Top, gotta stay on it. All right. Let's see. I like to loosely make the string look like it's around one of those, one of the little branches. We'll put you up there. For some reason, like, it looks like your ornament is bigger. But I swear these are all sized to the same. Let me see. No, it's definitely bigger than some of these. I don't know how that happened. It was a copy and paste sort of thing. Here, let's just shrink you down slightly. You're still a little bigger, but that's okay. We'll leave it a little bigger. That's fine. There you go. And finally tonight, we've got this unassuming little red and green Christmas ornament from Toesman. Let's see. There's Toesman's red and green ornament. Just felt festive, just wanted to do red and green shapes. Toesman, thank you very much. Appreciate the festiveness. I'm gonna shrink this one back down. And we're gonna stick this right around here. Oh, maybe like over here, because that leaves space to the right there for us to pack these in. I think that looks good right there. Our Christmas tree is starting to look pretty nice, guys. I'm actually gonna take Abysses and move it in a little bit. And go up on this upper branch, maybe. There we go. We're starting to cover it with baubles. I like this. It's gonna look like the community afterward. So keep them coming. If you got any kind of artistic inclination, even so much as you just have an image that you like, that you want to represent you, you can go grab one of the templates in the Discord server and slap that image on there. You either just need to be able to cut it into a circle, like Diamond Jawa did with the Star Wars art over here, or have a transparency image, maybe color the background and throw your image onto there. And yeah, you can make multiple if you want, definitely. If we do run into space issues, I don't think we will. This tree gets pretty big and it gets wider toward the bottom, and we can always shrink things a little, but if we really run into space issues, then we'll prioritize everybody getting one on the tree rather than some people getting multiple and some people not having space. But I don't think we're gonna have space issues. We can pack these closer together, we can shrink them. So yeah, feel free to make multiple and we can put them up there. The same goes with the stories. We have yet to have a single person submit a story, which is understandable, because even if people are working on short stories to be read during the holidays here, they take a little longer sometimes than putting some art on an ornament, unless you take all the time to make your own art for it, which some people are definitely doing. So yeah, feel free to do the stories as well. You might actually be the first one that gets submitted. Because if it's one each, I'm making a different one. Yeah, no worries, Nid. Multiple is fine. Clifford says, and sorry, meant to post that on Blue Sky. Oh, Floofer says Kojima's making a game with trans actress. Get ready for the worst discourse. Accidentally posted it in the wrong window, Floofers. Don't worry about it. It's a pretty good social media post. You should get some discourse going on that as well. And that's probably better for Blue Sky than Twitter. Twitter has been messy lately. I wish there was another like really strong alternative. Blue Sky is nice, but Blue Sky is a little bit like quiet right now. I mostly use Twitter to do networking and get a lot of like attention. I use Twitter for the numbers because I try to advertise the stream through it. Blue Sky isn't a big number generator yet, but it's a much better social media alternative, I think, at this point. You don't use Twitter at all anymore? Congratulations. If I wasn't using it to try and like help my brand a little bit, I also would not use it anymore. I don't blame you. Thank you. Pio, Elva, Nerve, Matreus, Diamond Jawa, Toesman, and Abyssal Knight for contributing ornaments to the tree. Let me update our command here with the new ornaments that I just added. Dashboard, chatbot, custom commands, ornaments. So I've got N3RV3TOX1N. Is that correct? Let me make sure I got that correct. N3RV3T. Is that an O or a 0? That might be a 0. Let me fix that. I was so close. T0X1N. Thank you, Nerve. Elvana. Evergarden. Now you can go back to Elva. Alright, I'm done writing your name. Now you can be Elva. And Toesman. Save. Exclamation point. Ornaments. There we go. There you are. Hopefully I didn't have any typos in any of your names. Feel free to let me know if I did. Okay, goodbye, Stream Elements. One sec, forwarding you an article on how to use Blue Sky. I mean, I understand how to use Blue Sky. I'm on there. But I guess more knowledge can't hurt. Thank you, Floofers. Elva says, my bad, Ricky, I zoomed in the ornament on my canvas to draw. Nid said that's the reason. Oh, you changed the canvas size? Okay, yeah, no worries. I can adjust any of them, that's fine. I did tell people, even on the ornament channel, that they could even make their own shape of an ornament. Like, they didn't even need to use the template. You could come in and make a star or a heart or some entirely different shape if you wanted, and I'd put it up on the tree if anybody wanted to get that creative with it. So no worries at all. Some things I'll definitely have to resize. Cobra says, I went on Twitter for the first time in a while and remembered why. Yeah. I can't even open Twitter in public anymore because 90% of the time when I open Twitter, there's boobs on there. Or other naked characters, naked furries, naked anime girls, naked anime men. Because, and like, it's not got to do with anybody that I'm following. Oh, I mean, I guess it kind of does. Nobody that I'm following is like, I'm not following any not safe for work art accounts, at least I don't think so. Because I'm following like 800 and something accounts, but I'm not following any not safe for work accounts as far as I know. But if any of the 800 people that I'm following likes, or God forbid reposts not safe for work art, it makes it onto my page. And not safe for work art gets a lot of likes on Twitter, so it tends to get boosted up on my page. So if I open Twitter anywhere, there's a very high chance it's gonna be inappropriate. So I can't even like just open it as a social media. Luckily, I don't really browse Twitter to enjoy anything. Like once in a while I will. At some point I had it catered so that it was just showing me like cat memes, but Elon kind of ruined everything, so it's hard to cater it to, like, cater's not the word I'm looking for. Cultivate. It's hard to cultivate what you want anymore now, because it doesn't work. None of the algorithm works. Nothing works there anymore, because Elon came in and just pulled out wires. So I can't use it as a social media at all anymore, but it's still useful for posting my stream stuff, getting some attention on that, and it has brought people in here, and also it's gotten me to meet people like the Peony Estera, who has been a big friend in 2023 here and has brought so many other friends like Elva. Like this entire like mesh of communities we've had in 2023 is because I found Pio on Twitter and decided to reach out after hanging at some Pio streams for a little bit. So if I hadn't been there, we probably wouldn't know Pio. Think about that. So let me see. Floofer says, Kay sent you an article on how to use it right. Okay, thank you. Elva says, I'm out of detention now. Yep, you're just Elva now. You're giving me ideas, Ricky. I love to give people ideas. That's why I spam like all the cat/dog posts, but sometimes I get them. Yeah, I mean, I still get a lot of cute cat things on Twitter. Like if I actually go scrolling through Twitter, I tend to start posting things in my GF's DMs. Me and Froggy, we send each other just a lot of like cat memes and cat videos and things like that. It's nice. She knows the way to my heart. Hardy boy, hello. Thank you for the bonk and the annoying squiddy cat. How you doing? Luckily, I metal plated the Santa hat, so it protects me against the bonks just a little bit. Can't get that drain damage. It says, I have that new VTuber account I made on Twitter, and I literally only follow other VTubers, but I get videos of fights and bigoted violence. I love Twitter. One suggestion, Nid, because Elon has been slowly turning Twitter into an alt-right website. There's two tabs at the top of Twitter, For You and Following. If you click on Following, it should default there every time you go to Twitter, and you'll get significantly less of that. Not none, because like I said, nothing on Twitter really works anymore. So you'll get things that you're not following coming through on the Following tab, but it will reduce it massively. So I suggest that. I've had to find my way around there. Floofer says, Nid, do you need a Blue Sky invite? I'm sitting on too many invites. Yeah, Nid says, a what? The biggest problem with Blue Sky right now is just that not enough people have found it. And I don't know if the problem is because it's invite only, or the problem is because places like Twitter basically blacklist the word. Like, there's a good chance if you say Blue Sky out loud on Twitter that you'll get temp banned at least because of saltiness. But people are not finding it enough. I think Blue Sky has the potential to be like the next good big Twitter, much more than something like Threads, the Facebook one or something like that. But people have got to find it, and it eventually has to switch out of invite only mode in order to really take over. But I do have an account there, thanks to Floofers, and I'm ready for it to blow up. But Blue Sky is an invite only Twitter alternative right now. All right, I think I'm going to ease out of our lo-fi music here because I want to play some games. And you guys may or may not have noticed, but I was a little bit late tonight because my work has been kicking my booty. They, okay, I said I wasn't going to talk too much about it. I gotta have my little rant, okay? Listen, my work recently fired like 80% of the people there. And by fired, I mean I was working for an agency as a contractor, and they let about 80% of the contractors that they had brought on go so that they could go work on a different contract, right? They weren't salaried employees, but still, essentially they let 80% of their staff go. So my team, which was pretty big, is now like 4 people big. They got rid of our business analyst. They got rid of our last Scrum Master person. They got rid of one of our architects. They got rid of our entire testing team except for one person. They got rid of our entire dev team except for 2 people. Me and the dev lead. So I'm the only normal dev that got kept. And we got one person acting as the acting Scrum Master now. So we've got me and another dev, one acting Scrum Master, one test person, and that's it. We lost everybody else. But the product owners for the agency didn't really lower their expectations on what was going to be released when, like the amount of work that would get done. I don't know how they think that's going to work, that they get rid of 80% of everybody. Here, hold on, I'm putting the lo-fi back on. It will lessen my rant here. I don't know how they think getting rid of 80% of the people is going to leave the deadlines the same, but that's how they got it set up right now. And then on top of that, they decided to add more work to us. Work number 1, and this might sound ridiculous because they just got rid of 80% of the people. Work number 1, they're bringing in a bunch of new people, and they're like, hey, you got to take times out of your week to start doing KT sessions, knowledge transfer sessions, and like training these new people on top of the work that you're doing. They even had me step in and do part of an interview, even though that's not part of my job. Extended responsibilities, I guess. And then B, they were like, oh, we just found a bug in one of the products out on the field, so we're gonna schedule an emergency release on top of both the training and the work that you already had. We're now going to have you push out an emergency release on this new timeline that you did not plan for. And it's still just the 4 of us, guys. It's just the 4 of us. It's they just like, not only did they leave the expectations for existing work, but then they added 2 other things on top of it. And an emergency release is like, that's a whole friggin' release in software engineering. It's a lot of work. Rambo, hello. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a rant. I'll be done with it shortly. So my work days have been long lately, and they've been busy as heck, and they've been putting me in like 5 hours of meetings a day, and I'm like, I got all this dev work you need to get done, and you're putting me in 5 hours of meetings where I can't do the dev work while I'm in there. So yeah, I've been like, my brain is getting fried. It's it's crispy, guys. It's getting deep fried, like those images on the internet you see who've had their resolution compressed by like 50 different social media sites. That's what my brain's looking like right now. It's not smooth, it's not wrinkly, it's just deep fried. I'm losing vocabulary, I'm losing sleep. So I'm very much looking forward to the vacation that I got coming up at the end of December here. The time I have off between Christmas and New Year's to finally reboot my brain. But for now, I am dying. I'm dying, okay? I need this weekend. I can get through Friday work tomorrow, but I need this weekend. Hey! If it isn't Hibiscus Astera, how's it going? Rambo, crispy brain? Yeah, crispy brain. 7 feet, 8 feet long tree. I mean, if I remove the presents from the base, it would appear taller. How you doing, Pio? Good to see you. Po, Ricky, and well, whatever that is, y'all are basically getting worked to death. What happened to poor Ricky and who? company? How you doing, Pio? Getting out early? Oh, really? Well, Pio, you came in at a good time. Because I had shut off the lo-fi because I was gonna start a game. And I turned it back on for a work rant. But I just had my work rant. Which means that the lo-fi is going off again. And the game is going on. And you guys might wonder, what does Pio have to do with that? Well, Pio challenged me to this game, guys. If you've been over on Pio's stream lately, you've probably seen it. There is a game we are going to be booting up here in just a second. And it is called The Exit 8. Have you guys heard of this? Have you guys seen this? Look at this. Does this look familiar to anybody? You're censoring coworkers. Things in parentheses are invisible, so don't worry. Oh, I see. I see. Well, The Exit 8. Hello, sir. Is a liminal horror adjacent experience where you're down here in a subway area and you want to find exit 8 to get on out of the subway. I don't know if it's really a subway or it's a subterranean station area. You're getting out of the subway through exit 8 to get to your destination, but it's not as simple as that. As you progress through here, something may change. Something may be off about the hallway that you see. And if it is, you need to turn around and get out of there. Because if you don't get out of there, you're going to be stuck down here. You guys will see it a little bit as I play. Alright? You're going to be timing, Cobra? Okay, don't start the timer until I actually start moving on this thing, okay? And yes, I have watched Pio play it, so it's not going to be a fair comparison if I beat this a lot faster than Pio did when she first tried, because I know somehow how these hallways can change. But I got challenged to it, so here I am doing it anyway. We got this normal little hallway here. We got a camera up here. We got I'm not gonna do CHVVSP. I can't even start with it. All right, Cobra, you want to start? Let me know when you start. Like, I'm gonna move when I see the message from you that you start timing, okay? Although I'm not gonna exactly try and speed through this my first time because I want to be a good streamer and show you guys how it's played, so I will stop and look at things a little bit. Timer started, alright. So we got things like a camera up there, we got like this no smoking sign. We got this exit 8 sign and some posters. Some of it's in English, some of it is not. Little doggy down there. Pom-pom. Any Pomeranian fans in here? Security camera in operation. Back of our sign here says concourse this way, but we're not heading toward the concourse. We're headed toward exit 8. Got a couple of vents. Some doors. We got another camera. Some ceiling vents. And this weird thing here, which I assume it looks like it contains maybe a coil, water coil for putting out fire. Water hose. That's what it's called. No smoking, etc. So why did I look at that hallway so thoroughly? Well, if we go this way, past the keep left sign, we will see that we are starting at exit 0 here. So we need to get to exit 8. If I go around this corner, things here might look a little bit familiar, right? Including this mister walking down the hallway. Hello, sir. How you doing today? Looking good. Exit 8. We got the same posters around. Concourse is that way. Security cameras are in operation. Nothing in here strikes me as being off. We look good? Well, then in the case the hallway looks good, looks familiar, then we scoot on ahead. But look. It says exit 0. Again, which means we missed something. If we go back this way, we should be able to see something in this hallway must be off. But what is it? The signs are looking all right. The doors are looking all right. The concourse is looking all right. The posters are looking all right. Exit 8 is looking all right. Haha, Ricky failed. Listen, Pio, I'm doing the streamer thing right now, alright? I can't just go into speedrun right away on this. Otherwise, the tactic would be just to run forward for the first one. I've seen it already. Something about here, this hallway, though, got away from us. So, we go once more. Back around to exit 0. Smoke signs are all right. The ground's all right. Our cameras are in place. What happened to first try? I didn't say I was going for first try. You guys want me to not explain the game and just run it? We'll have a round like that, don't worry. Alright, once again, we look. Concourse. Exit 8. Doors look fine. Vents look okay. Posters look fine. Little pom-pom is still fine. Security cameras are in operation. Are they, though? Are they? Once again, a quick little look around. Nothing appears to be off, does it? So we go. Something was off, though. Now you can laugh, Pio, because we clearly missed something in that one. That one was not. That one wasn't intentional. Hello, sir. But look at this. Something's not looking so right here, is it? This is a sign to turn tail and run back. And now we find ourselves going to exit 1. This is the game loop. It looked fine to you, Rambo. Okay. We got our camera. We got our posters. We got the exit 8 sign. We got this guy just trying to go about his day. Can push him into a wall. Concourse. That must be where he's headed. Our posters are looking okay. Little pom-pom is fine. Security cameras in operation. Are they? Doors. Looking okay. The ground. Looking all right, as far as I can tell. And now we've seen that the lights at the top can be weird. But they are not. For me, this looks okay. What about for you guys? Leo, hello. How you doing? We're doing this liminal space horror style game. I'm running forward. And we find ourselves going into exit 2. I'm doing well. A little beaten down by work. I just had my work rant a minute ago, so it's it's off my chest. But having fun for tonight. Hello, mister. You want to go in there, sir? Something's trying to get out of that door. I think I'm gonna head back toward the concourse. Except, I'm headed into exit 3. All good. I'm glad you took it off your chest. I think people should always take everything off their chest. But that's just my philosophy. Hello, sir? Headed toward the concourse, are you? Let's make sure. Yep, concourse that direction. Looking good, looking good. Little palm is fine. You're so watching the VOD? Alright, Pio. This guy seems to be watching the VOD as well. Go back! And we have found ourselves now in exit 4. You guys, by the way, this game is $4 on Steam. All right, so if this looks like something that might be fun for you to experience, because you don't see all the things wrong with these hallways are not the same every time. If this seems like something you want to play around with, see how fast you can get through it, or do it at the same time as me here, it's $4. Small game, installs quickly. Not sponsored. Our posters are looking fine. Hello, little palm. And you keeping your eyes still this time, sign, huh? Our lights looking okay. Doors are not banging. Vents are venting correctly. All the lights do look fine to me. I can't currently see anything wrong with this one. So, we proceed forward. On to exit 5. Guy seems to be in a little bit of a hurry this time, though. Maybe, and he's headed toward me. Maybe I ought to get out of here, huh? To exit 6. All right. No smoking. We got exit 8. You're not gonna try and kill me, right, sir? Yeah, that's what I thought. Doors looking okay. Vents looking all right. Security cameras in operation, not looking weirdly. We can go to the end of the hallway. We're fine. Floor is looking okay. Sign leads to the concourse or to exit 8. For me, this is looking all right. So we run forward once more. And hey, we're headed toward exit 7 already. Not bad for a first run through of this. Hello, sir. I like to check him first because he's the one that moves. He'll be out of the hallway. If there's anything weird with him, I won't know it if he's passed already. So looks fine. Ground looks fine. The lights appear to be fine. We're headed toward the concourse on this side. Exit 8 on this one. Let's look at our posters. Little Palm. Non-moving eyes. I'm looking at you. Looks good to me. But there are little tricky things. Does that mean that I have now made it to exit 8. Not quite yet, but we're getting close. No smoking. Sir, how you doing today? You all cool? Everything's normal? Oh God! Run! Oh God, run! Oh, run! And meanwhile... we're all good. P.O., you getting salty that I'm not failing? That I'm not bun? Sir is alright. His buns are alright too, if you know what I'm saying. Posters looking good. Lil Palm looking good. You not looking good. Concourse that away. Exit 8 that away. Our doors looking good. I think this is looking good. So for me, I say we go for it. But look, we're back at 0. There you go, Pio. So something in here was off. What was it? Now, I don't know how far is too far, but if you see that you've gone back to 0, you should be able to step back into the previous hallway and see something. I think I know what it is, though. Oh yeah, you got it, Leo. I was gonna see if you guys got it, cause Bun got by this a couple of times last time. Little Palm, not looking so little right now, is he? Why do I feel like you knew? Listen, Pio. You don't have to throw anything off that way, okay? Speed run time. Hello, sir. Nice butt. Now we're going on to exit 1. There's a light. Da 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 da. Hello, sir. You good? Nice butt. Do you move? You don't. Concourse. Exit 8. Poster's the right size. Little Palm. Doors are good. Doors are fine. We move on. Exit 2. Ba da 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 da. Running. Speed run time. The door is ajar. We go back all the way to exit 3. There's people there. We go back to exit 4. Creepy. Running. Hello, sir. Are you good? You've got a nice butt. Are these eyes moving? No, they're not. Concourse is this direction. Exit 8's that way. Poster's looking okay, right? Little Palm. Eyes aren't moving. Doors are missing one. We go back 5. Run. We go back because there was a ghost at the end. We're at 6. Run. It's so good. We're doing well. Hello, sir. Nice caboose. Are you moving, eyes? No, you're not. Concourse this direction. Exit 8 this way. Posters. Little dog. And the doors Looking fine. I feel like something's off in this hallway. Something's rubbing me wrong in this hallway, but I don't see anything wrong. So I'm not gonna listen to my feelings. I'm gonna listen to my eyes. And we're gonna run to exit 7. Continue the speed run. That one was a slowdown because of a bad feeling. How you doing, sir? Doing well? Derriere is A-okay. Security cameras in operation. Doors have their knob in the wrong place, but yours is in the right place, sir. Moving on to exit 8. Speedrun style. Alright, this direction, exit 8. No smoking. Posters. Looking alright. Sir, how you looking? Pretty good, if I say so myself. Are you not looking, though? Doors, all accounted for. Knobs in the correct position. Lights, looking okay. Floor, looking alright. Posters appear to be the right size. Little palm is still little. Alright. And we're out! So there we go. We kind of had 2 run-throughs in there. I don't know if he restarted the timer when I got back to 0 or not. Sneck from 8, but there we go. First time run-through. Pretty neat game. Pretty nice idea. Indie game studio. You see the credits are very short. Not too many people on there. What happens if you don't spot the difference? Alright, so let's go back here for a second. Exit 0. Hello, sir. How you doing? Anything weird in here? I kind of want there to be for a second. But looks pretty normal. We move on. Okay, there was something wrong there, but I'm trying to look for a really wrong. We want one of those really wrong moments. You good? Give us something very wrong here, so we can please the people. Exit 1. You're very, very salty, Pio. I mean, I told you. It was probably not going to turn out how you wanted, because I've seen you play it. The is that way. Seems right to me, sir. Let's go move on, because that's obviously right. And we're back at exit 0. So you see, Leo, what typically happens is you just loop back around to exit 0 again. It can become a limbo if you don't check things enough. But there are some that stand out a little bit more. That are a little bit more horror-esque. Like when this guy was running at me. Could have sworn something looked different there for a minute. And I'm gonna go ahead and try and get one of those scenarios. A certain someone streamed this a while ago. A certain someone challenged me. Milkshake. So we're playing this because of a certain someone who is here in chat. Looks normal. Actually, no. Let me go back for this one so I can advance a little, because I think some of the weird ones happen more at later numbers. That one was a little, like, spooky, but I'm trying to get one of, like, the dangerous ones. Alright, you looking good, sir? You are? How about you? Let's advance a little bit later. Any ajar doors? No. Palm's good. Mom's spaghetti. Yeah, we're looking good. Number 4. Man, this is too easy. It's too easy. Give me something scary. Sir? Sir, you're comfortable with this? I'm not. I actually don't even know what happens on this one if, Huh. Alright, nothing to worry about. Just back at exit 0. Apparently that wasn't one of the dangerous ones. So, we're good. Hello, sir. He's real happy that he's got a nice butt. Alright, let's go back then. Him being happy is just not right. Exit 1. Maybe none are dangerous, Okay. So we don't need to attempt this one twice. Exit 2! Somebody's playing with the lights in this place. Hello, sir. How you feeling today? Good? Eyes good? Concourse good? Little Doge good? Lights good? Exit 8 good? Doors good? Knobs good? Eyes moving? Security camera-ing? Good. Do you just go back if something's different? Typically, but the something different can be a little bit more extreme sometimes. And that's what I'm trying to show off. Because I did already finish this once. These posters are growing. Sir, I'm with you. I'm going to the concourse. Except I'm not really. I'm going to exit 4. This game is called The Exit 8, and it's only $4 on Steam, so I suggest it. It can be a very different experience. Hello, sir. Butt's good. Thank you for the squiddy cat. Doors are good. Vents are good. Eyes seem to be good. Posters. Little palm is good. Exit 8 and concourse. Goody, goody, goody. The lights look fine. The floors look fine. I think we're fine. Moving on. Oh, exit 0. Something was not alright. My bad. I'm trying to speedrun it a little bit to find the dangerous stuff. Back at 1. I'm not worrying too much about the game being set right, Milkshake, because I didn't plan on spending too much time here. But I will set it for the next thing that we're playing. Concourse. Exit 8. Okay. I don't know if the really bad things happen at earlier levels or not, so I'm still kind of looking around just a little bit to try and bump our number up. Here, give us a spooky one. That's not the lights getting turned off. Okay, I guess that doesn't count as off. Is this one dangerous? We'll give ourselves a second here, just in case. Maybe there's a haunting. Maybe there's a demon nearby. Let me be mid sip of my pink drink from Starbucks. Alright, nope. Nothing's trying to threaten our life here. Just a few bad bulbs. Thank you for the demote me daddy, Rambo. Alright, come on, scare me. Spook me. Nice butt. Eyes? Nice eyes. Nice doors? Yes. Exit 8. Concourse. Signage looking good. Not growing, right? Not growing? Okay. Looks good enough to me. I did get the pink drink. I felt strawberry today. Dang it, there was something in there. Sir, good? Now, one thing I think is actually, like, a good piece of game dev here is that, like, the really spoopy ones don't show up that frequently. So they get you a little bit more when they do. I'm just kind of trying to speedrun them to show up now because we've already passed it once. We're at 1. What was the normal hallway? Here, give me something. Eyes good. Doors good. Exit 8 good. Posters looking good. Not growing, right? Okay. And I think, and Pio has thought about this as well, I think this game would be really cool to get very good at speedrunning. Like if you get very good at paying attention to everything that should come out, which I by default am a little bit more than Pio and Bun were because I watched them play, so I had a notion of some of the things that could be wrong. But I think it would be really neat to see somebody who like barely slows down. Just kind of like spins their way through these hallways and succeeds at everything. Makes it almost look like nothing's actually spooky at all. That would be fun. Concourse, exit 8. Posters look okay. Doors look okay. $594 Squiddy Cat Points says he does this in like 5 minutes. Well, we finished it already. I wasn't actually trying to finish it right now. I'm just trying to go and see if we can get a particularly... Let's see if we can get one of the dangerous glitches. I'm just advancing a little bit so that we're further in. We got a little friend on the ceiling. Look at that. Hey, Diamond Jawa, nya. How you doing, nya? Good to see you today, nya. We looked at your ornament again, nya. Diamond Jawa is one of the people who have submitted ornaments, nya. Very much appreciate that, nya. Go back for that one. Ooh, nya. You're like this Channel Point Redemption, huh? Yeah. Perfectly normal. Yeah. Just like your mom, Ned. Got you. Yeah. Eyes? Thank you for the done, by the way, Nerve. I will pay. How dare I insinuate your mother? Your mother was normal. Palms okay. Alright, I think we're good. I'm not trying to be too thorough here. I just think they're more likely to throw something weird at me at the larger numbers. But maybe I'm wrong. We're already at 7. They seem to actually want this to be easy on me. Or maybe not. Because to be fair, the more like spooky, dangerous ones tend to be more obvious. I've already noticed what's weird with this one. It's him! Because he is a little too interested in what I'm up to right now. Stop looking at me. Okay, are we gonna accidentally finish this thing again where I'm trying to get caught? Give me a killer. Give me a scary. Would you do anything to me if I stepped in front of you? No. Okay. Last chance, game. Last chance. Do me a heckin' scary, man. Nice butt. Man. No. No. I refuse. Exit 0. I will get something creepy to happen for you guys. And by creepy, I don't just mean like guy's face being weird. I mean something to put me in some real danger. I like this kind of thing. They often spook me a lot. Some of them that are like the scarier versions of these or the more dangerous versions of these, like the SCP games. I'd feel weird about playing them. But maybe I ought to just to get my heart rate going, you know? Anomaly games. Anomalies can be so weird. I think we've all probably been someplace in our life that we felt was liminal. If you're not super familiar with liminal, I don't know. Liminal's actually real hard for me to describe. But like a place that just feels wrong, overly empty, very jagged, very, very clean, or like you're in a place that's maybe too big or you're not meant to be there. You know what used to do that to me? Old, like, clothing stores, but like, I don't know. You guys ever been to a place like, now I don't particularly support them these days because they've done some weird things, but back when I was a kid, not having a lot of money and stuff, I found myself occasionally in the Salvation Army or other places like it. They would have a bunch of those like circular clothing racks that for some reason kids always like to go and hide in. But sometimes it would be a fairly large warehouse and they wouldn't always be that stocked. Sometimes toward the back it would be very quiet. Some of the walls would almost be like unfinished, little cardboardy. There'd be like clothing racks that had nothing on them or very little. A lot of pipes. Sometimes I like to look into the pipes like I'd see something weird on the other side. I don't know. But occasionally it gave that feeling like you were somehow like very alone and not alone at the same time. Hey, look, an exit. This is not supposed to be here. This one would kind of end me if I went up there. We even have an exit 0 sign near it. That's the exit 0. It would kind of end me, but all that really does is like throw me right back at the beginning. Some thrift shops be like that. Oh yeah, some thrift shops definitely set off early liminal experiences for me as a childhood. In my childhood. As a child. And this place really doesn't want to threaten my life right now, does it? That's fine. I try to get through normally on my first time through, and it's like, we're gonna throw a blood river at you and have a creepy guy run down the hallway at you. But as soon as I'm trying to die, no. You gotta live. You gotta enjoy your life. You gotta successfully get out of exit 8. We can't put 2 creepy guys in the hallway in front of you. Nice, sir. Nice butt. Train stations can also be liminal, but a frequent early life experience that people have had that were liminal is in schools. For example, if you ever found yourself in the hallways, perhaps around the gym, things that had more of the kinds of floors like this or very clean walls or anything, during times where there wasn't a lot of foot traffic, like you got up to go to the bathroom, or you had no class during a period, or you were after school, and those hallways were very empty and very quiet, and every footstep you took echoed a little bit, and you started to get worried about what would be around the corner when you took turns for like no reason, because you'd been down those hallways a bunch before. You were like, am I ever going to be able to find my way out of this place? That's a frequent early liminal one for people. Hey, sir. Why is this game not killing me? What did I do? What did I do to deserve all this normalcy? I'm just chatting with chat now. We're having a comfortable walkthrough. That camera is on and pointed at me. This game must have really hated Pio and Bun, that's all I can say. The VOD's still up. A couple times Pio played this game. And I'm pretty sure it put Pio through the ringer. I'm like here as one of the ghost hunters. Ever seen those ghost hunting shows? They go into an old looking house at night and they have to pretend they're spooked at every single sound. Like a tree gently brushes up against the window a little bit and they're like, "Oh my god. Did you hear that? That's the scariest thing I've ever heard in my entire life." And then like one of them walks off to check and lets out like a giant yell and they're like, "He's dead, guys. We got to leave." I feel like it's the exit again. No. I'm not leaving. You will kill me. You will. I just saw a clip on this game. If you were facing backwards and it happened, it would be funny. And what happened? Imagine winning by accident. It's happened twice for me now, Rambo. This game dislikes Pio, I think. This game is anti-alien. Okay, whatever. We're gonna run forward. Ricky, too good at this. Accidentally the best Exit 8 player. Hey, look. Guy is very large. Are you gonna beat me? No. It's just an innocent large man. This is what Pio would look like standing next to me. This is Pio's perspective. Actually, no.
Demote me, daddy.
I'm taller than Pio would be in this instance, I think. Let's see. Good, everything good. You good, sir? Yep. Eyes moving. Turn back, turn back, turn back. Okay. Don't need to tell me twice. Alright. It's a pretty easy one right there. It's a Pretty easy one right there. Kill me! You won't. Kill me, you won't. Nice booty. Concourse, this way. Concourse sounds nice, thank you. We're back at 6. What is going on? Hey, sir. Adequate cheeks. Doors are fine. Okay, fine. Booted up Nikke and it crashed your computer. Good. Good. Sorry to hear that, Nid. That's anything but good. And Nikke in general is anything but. Or Nikke is but good, or good but, I'm not sure. Speaking of good but, thank you, sir. What is this? Why is everything normal? Are you growing? Okay, I don't even care. Eight? Sir, hello. It seems that this door has opened. I don't know what this says, but looks perfectly inviting. And there you go. Presumably I died in there. Hello, sir. You wanted a jump scare, Nid? I'm betting a couple of them in this game could potentially be jump scare like. But I'm not gonna look for another one. There are more. There is more to be seen. There's more ways to die. There's more ways to not make it to Exit 8. And if you guys want to see it, go spend $4. Go spend $4 on Steam, alright? Support an indie game dev. Boosh! I think it's a pretty good one. Have you tried playing Mortuary Assistant? Alright. Mortuary Assistant is now one that I've been recommended 3, 4, 5 times, and I might not be able to say no after that many. Which I hate to say, because Mortuary Assistant is gonna spook the heck out of me. Listen, I'm not that good with horror games. I've been slowly dipping my toes in recently. I can't ignore that many suggestions for ones. Let me go look at the Steam store here for a second. Mortuary Assistant. $24.99. Not currently on sale. Which gives me enough of an excuse to not buy it, right? $24.99 is not bad, though. You would also like to recommend Mortuary Assistant? It's not fair. You're doing that on stream at the moment of it being recommended. I'm talking about people who didn't know that others recommended it. Apex has a horror game where LTM mode. What is LTM? Hey, boomer. Most people are revs without guns. Oh, interesting. That'd be cool to see. Mortuary Assistant. Alright, you know what, guys? It's not going to be right now, but I'll play Mortuary Assistant. All right. I'll play Mortuary Assistant. It'll probably be one of my next horror games. Not the next, because I think on Sunday we're going to start Little Nightmares 2. Last Sunday we played Little Nightmares 1. I want to play the second one. I'm going to go completely blind into Little Nightmares 2. I knew some things about the first. I knew all the main scary people. Like, I knew the chef, I knew the janitor, I knew the geisha girl, and did I ever see? I think I saw like the people feasting in like a trailer for the game. But Little Nightmares 2, nothing. I have no idea. I didn't even watch a trailer. Somebody told me that it was like a prequel while I was playing Little Nightmares 1, and that's like all the information I had on it. I should have even given them a hard time for that technically being spoilers, I suppose. But that's about all I know about it now. And I don't even really know how that works. Maybe we're playing as the main character, the first one. And find out how they ended up aboard that weird like ship thing that we were on. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, that's probably what we're doing Sunday. However, and this sounds like I'm wrapping up stream, I'm not. I'm still going to be here for almost another 2 hours. So don't worry about it. I'm just talking about future streams here. I may, depending on how the rest of my Friday looks, I may come in late on Friday. And if I come in late on Friday, I may play Bramble. Now, Elvana here is a big reason why I want to play Bramble again. I wanted an excuse to play Bramble again anyway, because I think Bramble is a hidden gem. This is Bramble the Mountain King. Hold on, I need to sneeze. Gonna mute for that. You guys haven't gotten a sneeze clip from me yet. But I want to replay Bramble the Mountain King. If I come in late on Friday and play it, I don't know if it will go outside of the time zones of people who care to see it. I don't know what your normal schedule is, Elva, time zone wise. And if I do late on Friday, it's usually like midnight my time into the AMs. So we'll see if it makes sense. But there's a chance that on Friday, if I come in late, I will play Bramble over again. And then we'll play Little Nightmares 2 on Sunday. Normally we don't have a stream on Friday, and because I have GF time, but that usually ends before the midnight session. So we shall see. It's 9:13, so you're 1 hour behind me. And do you go to bed at reasonable hours, Elva? I don't know. Bramble is likely to take me maybe 4 hours to play through. Maybe less, because I played it the first time, but I'm not going to skip anything. If I start at midnight, it'll be like 4. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. The VOD will stay there for everybody anyway. But, yeah, soon I want to replay Bramble. You don't go to bed at normal times. Okay, acceptable. And one thing I was considering is that I could, and here, I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to put it in democratic hands. All right? I almost ran a prediction. I want to run a poll, because these were my thoughts for tonight, and I've been slowly mulling over the question in my brain without saying it out loud to you guys. Because I was like, I'm going to do Exit 8, but it's not going to take the whole stream. I knew it was not going to last that long because I've seen it played before. So what game now? Question mark. My two thoughts were I would start up Bramble and have that happen over 2 streams so that people who don't want to stay up all night can see it. And the second one is that we would go back to Lies of P. Okay? So I'm going to put up a 3-minute poll here, starting right now. Play question mark, question mark, question mark, like you promised. This is basically that, Floofers. And you guys can vote. Would you like to see more Lies of P tonight, or Bramble Part 1, so that I can, take it at a slower pace and we come back later on Friday and can finish it without it being like 4 or 5 a.m. when we're done. And Darius wants to go out, so I'll let you guys vote. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. The door's right there. Other thing I mentioned before, alongside the ornament event that we've got back there on the tree in the Discord, and the storytelling event, which I hope to have a storytelling stream fairly soon, there's a third thing, which is the Minecraft server, that I said you guys could probably expect to see by Thursday. Well, it's Thursday now and you guys haven't seen it yet, and that's mainly just because work has been an absolute hell. I described it earlier. But I got close, alright? So Minecraft, you should see the server up either tonight or tomorrow. And in the Discord, I will open up an extra channel for the Minecraft event as well, so that I can start whitelisting people for the server who are interested. So keep an eye out for that. I want to get it going before this weekend, and people can start coming in. Bramble's losing P.O. Well, technically, P.O., Lies of P is newer than Bramble for this channel. I have played through the whole game before. But you still have a minute to vote. Right now, Lies of P is winning by 3 votes. But if you guys want to see some Bramble, you can go ahead and click for that and make it into a little bit more of a competition. Too many pie lovers. Too many pie-loving people. We're not talking about pies here, P.O. Even though we just played Exit 8, I know how you misinterpreted the name of that game originally. Okay? We're not talking about that. Alright, so in the time that was left to vote, Lies of P got only 1 more vote, and Bramble got none. There were 2 for Bramble. Lies of P wins by 75%. So, so there you go, guys. You guys getting caught by auto, and you both got caught for the same things, alright? Naughty, naughty people. Rambo just straight up says cream pies and got caught. Obviously. Leopold says, ooh, like some pumpkin pie, some cherry pie, or maybe some Boston cream pie. That one was at least a little bit more hidden. I'm going to allow Leopold's message. I'm going to just bonk Rambo and not allow your message because it wasn't even clever. You just said... Okay, that's fine. You're talking about the snack? Uh-huh. Camo says, I just like a pretty boy steampunk Dark Souls gameplay. That's fair. Heck, you play some cute once in a while so girls will come and follow. I have, I got plenty of girl followers, P.O. I think we just got another one just last stream. Playing Little Nightmares. Actually, I guess that was Sunday. That wasn't last stream. Also, why type C-Pie when you can just type Naka? Oh, fair enough. Go on to P.O.'s stream once in a while if you want to hear some spicy dashi stories. I think the Lewd Tooper arc is rolling around quicker than we thought it might. Rambo says, not even trying to be dirty-minded, I was honestly talking about... You really were actually talking about the snack, Rambo? Just based on history, I find that hard to believe. But based on that message you just sent, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Little Debbie's. That's the popular one out there. I've never actually had a cream pie. Are they good? Elva says I don't count because of my EP. Okay, that's fair, Elva. That's fair. I'm not gonna argue how you identify. Also, P.O., I think you did. You guys all saw Toesman's ornament? This festive red and green one? Perfectly normal red and green ornament here. It was just feeling like the holiday spirit. Perfectly normal. They are if you like oatmeal. Well, I don't really care for like oatmeal in the form that you'd have it for breakfast or something like that. It's okay. It can be fine, but it's a little, I don't know, the texture of it is odd for me. But oatmeal cookies can be good. So maybe cream pies are good. Because they're more oatmeal-y. I doubt they have, I mean, they're more like the cookie one, not like the slimy, snotty oatmeal. There's chocolate chips. I see. He just loves eating dry oats. Sometimes, you know what, guys? I got some hot takes when it comes to like cereal. Okay. Cracklin Oat Bran. Wait, is that the one I'm thinking of? Let me check it. Hold on. Cracklin Oat Bran. Yeah, Cracklin Oat Bran. Let me show you guys this thing. This. You see this? This thing? People say this tastes like cardboard or like dry food for dogs or something like that. I don't know. I actually love this cereal, Cracklin Oat Bran. This thing's good. It's got a nice texture. Doesn't get soggy in milk real quick. I feel like my cereal tastes are a little bit of a hot take most of the time. My biggest problem with cereal is when it gets soggy, all right? So the less a cereal gets soggy, the slower it gets soggy, the more points it has with me. It's not to say I don't like any of the really sugary cereals, but I don't know. I like Reese's Puffs cereal, which I feel like is another one that a lot of people who like the sugary cereals are actually like, that one's just weird. Reese's Puffs cereal is almost fuzzy. Have any of you had that? Somehow it's almost fuzzy in texture, and I don't know how. But Reese's Puff is good. Cracklin Oat Bran is good. I like Wheat Chex. I don't like the normal Chex. I don't like a lot of the flavored Chex, but Wheat Chex have a nice, like, slightly tougher, more crispy, smaller frame. And they don't get soggy as fast, so I like Wheat Chex. Alright? I got some odd cereal tastes. But this all being said, I really don't eat cereal very often. I'll go months without having any cereal. So I'm not exactly the best judge. No, it's not like I eat these things all the time. If I ate cereal every single day, I'd probably mix it up with some more interesting flavors. Rambo says the fudge cream pies are my favorite. Are we sharing that level of intimate detail, Rambo? I mean, they do sound good. Double-deckered fudge. Criminal, P.O. For the Cracklin Oat Bran, I'm sorry. Imagine a soft oatmeal cookie with a filling. Sounds good. By the way, Leo and Nid here have recently been talking a lot of D&D. on my server. And it has been kicking in a roller coaster of emotions for me. All right? About D&D. The same way any other D&D passionate conversation in the past has. Because I've always been afraid of D&D. And I keep seeing things in that conversation that make me say, ooh, I should really finally play D&D. And then I see things in that conversation that scare me away from it. And then I see things in that conversation that bring me back. One of these days, guys, one of these days, I have to actually like bite the bullet, get past any mental obstacles, and I gotta play my first D&D game. It can't be a sudden thing. It can't be like real quick. It can't be like tomorrow. This has gotta be like an arc for me. It's been so long in my life that I'm like, eventually I'll play D&D. It's gotta be like a VTuber arc, right? I gotta start dipping my toes in strange ways. I gotta figure out how it will work for me. I gotta figure out the right people to do it with the first time. I gotta figure out how it could work on stream, because if I'm gonna be like perfectly honest, I don't have any time to play it off stream. I'm a workaholic at this point in my life, which I kind of want to change that slowly, but right now, I don't know. Right now I'm enjoying the productivity. So I work all the time. I don't have free time. Stream was something that I meticulously dug out and shifted my schedule around over the course of about 6 months during my year 2 of streaming. I only streamed once in a while over the course of those months. That was between being a cam streamer and being a VTuber. I took all this time to like meticulously reschedule my life to be able to have consistent regular streaming hours for you guys. That's how much it took, because I didn't have any free time. I was like, how do I continue the things that I'm passionate about and still stream? So now streaming is built into my schedule and I can do it. But other gaming, other activities, they're not. The only thing that I have that's close to free time at all is what I spend with my girlfriend, which is very important, and I can't just take away from that for D&D and things like that. So I'll probably have to incorporate it into stream in some way, but I'll figure it out. And you know what? If I like really get into it, can get like a little VTubing group together who are into D&D and try it. Baldur's Gate doesn't count. I'm not even sure I'm gonna do Baldur's Gate, Nid, but Baldur's Gate may count as like the gateway drug, right? You know, if I dipped my toe in there, I might start to understand some ideas of Dungeons and Dragons mechanics, because I need to bridge gaps to do it. I got so turned off of Dungeons and Dragons from a few like negative experiences when I almost started it up early in life that I've been afraid of going back to it. Pio says, and we appreciate your effort. I appreciate that effort too. Hanging out with you guys and meeting you guys, like I wouldn't have ever met you, Pio, if I didn't do that. And it was a really important decision for me, and I knew it would be worthwhile. And I hope you guys are ready, by the way. We're in December. At the end of this month, I am going to have a gushy, emotional stream. I've been saving up this huge load of gushy stuff that I'm gonna unleash upon you at the end of the year. I've been trying to hold back a lot of like compliments and praise and all this stuff, because a couple of times we've almost gotten emotional already. But 2023 has been big for me, stream wise, and with you guys, the community and all this. So you better be ready. You better be ready for the end of the year. Let me see. Bunch of people getting excited for me talking about getting into D&D. Camo says you should play D&D, it's very fun. It says yes. Leo's excited. Rambo says Google it. You want me to Google cream pies on stream, Rambo? I don't know about that. Leo says, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. If you want to run through anything from character creation to a one-shot, let me know. We could do it as a one-on-one if that would be more comfortable. Character creation is probably one of the best ways to get me into it as a start. Yuki says, I don't know if you would be comfortable enough with me to do D&D with, but... Hold on, I gotta scroll up a little bit more. But I would be happy to participate, or I can just share my D&D experiences. So, like, I'm not comfortable enough with anybody to do D&D. I gotta get by some things, all right? But I've been offered to do D&D with groups that included, like, Jose, that I've been friends with for years and have played things with. I've been invited to do groups with D&D involving, like, my brother, who I've lived with my entire life, and turned those things down. So I need to fix something in me first before that I know who I want to play D&D with. Because I'm comfortable with you guys with a lot of things. It's just something about D&D is so ingrained uncomfortable for me, and I don't know what it is. It's like some early nervous Ricky. You know, that's probably what it is. I've gotten a lot of confidence these days. I interact with people well these days. I reach out to people well these days. Like, you wouldn't really know it. But earlier in my life, I was a quiet guy. Didn't have a lot of confidence. And that was already the case before I started dating this person who would become a 10-year-long abusive relationship, who hacked away at every little bit of security that I did have and made it really, really, really bad. And someday I gotta go into more details on that. I feel like I don't like to, because when I talk about bad things in my past, everybody seems to, like, everybody wants to default to, like, oh no, I'm so sorry, that sounds awful. And I understand that. I kind of have the same reaction. But most of the time when I talk about, like, bad past experiences, like, I'm out of them already. I've learned from them. I've grown from them. I've recovered from and all this, so it's like kind of positive in my mind because it's something that has bettered me in life. Like, not something that was good for me at the time, like getting torn down for over the course of 10 years did some damage. I'm still recovering from some of it. But I think all my early attempts to consider D&D happened during a portion of my life where I really didn't have a lot of confidence, especially approaching other people. And I had been made to kind of shrink my friend group down quite a bit from jealous parties. So the couple of times that I actually tried to reach out was stepping outside of my shell significantly. And then I got bad experiences from those. And you know, a person who's already, like, in a brittle state gets, like, a bad experience tends to make them retract a little bit further. I've come out of that in almost all aspects of my life so far. I'm more confident than I've ever been. I'm more assertive than I've ever been. I watch out for myself more. I'm easier to speak out, but I'm also, like, easier to trust people. Because I didn't let these things make me get jaded. I've just learned from them, understood more about the world. It's all about how you digest things like this. But I still think there's something about little spooked Ricky of the past holding on to the D&D memories. That's probably what it is, if I'm gonna psychoanalyze myself. Nid says, something I did to get into I assume that's D&D, yeah, 7 is and. Something I did to get into D&D was watch the YouTubers Mr. Rex and Dungeon Dad. They do lore/info videos about monsters and races and stuff, and it gives me ideas for how to do that in my own game. Oh, interesting. Unleash it upon us. I will, yes. Nid says, us men really be out here holding our emotions until December. Well, I don't feel like I gotta hold my emotions, but it's at the same time, like, I got stuff that I want to say at the end of the year, and I don't want to spoil it all. You know, if I say it 5 times and then I say it at the end of the year, everybody's gonna have heard it before. Leo says, no worries. Also, Artemis would be great to talk with. Yeah, I know Artemis is very into it too. Yuki says character creation is what got me into D&D. It was a very good start for me. There's been some games I have that I've literally only played for character creation. like Code Vein. I really want to play Code Vein one of these days. It's another Souls-like, but I've already booted up Code Vein 3 times on stream in the past just to use the character creator, and I never went any further with that. I just had some segments of like, ooh, I'm going to create some streamer friends in Code Vein. I gotta go back and do that now that I have more friends. I could create like Hanyo and Pio, maybe Elva. Elva's gotta look too, guys. Elva's gonna stream one of these days. And I'm gonna shout the heck out of Elva. Rambo says, how about Google Little Debbie double-decker fudge round? Okay. You know what? Google Little Debbie double-decker fudge round. Ooh, those look tasty. I don't think I've ever seen those before. Quite layered up. I wonder if the double decker would be too much for me. Do they have a single decker version of this? My sweet tooth fluctuates a little, but I'm during a time period right now where it's not that big. I'm more into the salty snacks. Put some salty stuff on my tongue. Camo says, talk to a therapist about D&D. Yeah. Gotta be like, what is it, Doc? What stops me from playing D&D? Google how to make a bomb. Great wintertime dessert. I don't want to end up on any lists. Even saying that probably made my FBI agent look up from his coffee. Leo says, seems reasonable to me. The offer's standing. The offer's a standing one, so feel free to hold on to it if it interests you. Yes. I think there's honestly a lot of people in this community who will get excited if I play it. It's probably a great content thing, and it would make you guys happy, and it would let me get closer to some of you guys too. We'll get there eventually. I think it's almost definite that I'll play D&D one of these days. We'll just have to have, like, it's an ongoing sub-arc in the background of the Ricky show. Everybody's gonna have the standing ovation when I finally finish round 1 of my first game. Elva says, I completely relate and understand you, Ricky. Oh, you do? I'm glad some people can relate to that. Especially, like... I perfectly understand, like, the pity side, or, like, people saying, sorry you have to go through that and stuff, because that's all well-intentioned and things, too. I just always feel bad if I feel like I'm bringing the energy down by talking about that sort of thing. Because I usually bring up that sort of thing, or like the really poor time in my life. And the really poor time in my life goes back to just 2017, so it wasn't that long ago. And like all that stuff, we'll have some streams to talk about it, but I never really mean to talk about them in like a bummer sort of way, because it's all what led me here. I don't think I'd be the same person without these experiences, and I kind of like where I'm at. I've always got to work on myself. I don't think anybody should ever be fully complacent with who they currently are. I think everybody should always be trying to improve themselves in some way. But I like where I've ended up so far. Like how I'm doing along my character creation journey of my real life persona. So I wouldn't really want to change a lot of the stuff in the past, because I don't know, I feel like a lot of people who are born into like wealth and resources and stuff are kind of messed up. I think if you're surrounded with yes people your entire life, who don't give you any boundaries because they're hoping you'll like them and give money to them, and then you don't have any financial boundaries, you've never had to learn the value of a dollar or anything because you've always been rich and could go to whatever school you wanted and get whatever toy you wanted and all this, you don't have any boundaries there either. And the human brain needs boundaries. Even like the most simplest stuff, you hear about all these things about learning to raise children and things like that, right? It's a really bad thing as a parent to just give in anytime your child throws a tantrum for anything, because they'll start to learn that throwing a tantrum is the way to get stuff. And then even as they get older, if you just say yes to everything they want to do, they'll continue to start to act out more and more and more, because it's a natural thing for the brain to grow, to understand the boundaries of its situation. A brain looks for boundaries. A brain looks for conflict. It looks for what the edge is and what happens if you step over the edge. And then, okay, there, we learned that. Now let's stay on the other side and let's be better so we don't run into that situation again. That's important for the brain. So if you continue to not give boundaries to somebody, whether it's through resource and money, or whether it's being a pushover parent or anything like that, you cause the brain to go a little nuttier and nuttier just to try and find the edge. And I think we see that happening with rich people a lot, because they've never really found those boundaries. I even think some stuff, like if I want to put unsolicited, unrequested, and unprofessional psychoanalysis on Elon Musk, I feel like part of the reason he's got this fantasy about going to Mars and starting, like, you know, starting the fresh, oh, we gotta build resources from scratch, like things aren't set up for us here, everything is gonna be rough, it's gonna be like when we moved into unsettled land for the first time. I think part of that fantasy comes from the fact that he's got so much here, and like his resources can make the world bend over for him, that like his brain is still looking for boundaries. It's like, if I go to Mars, I'm actually going to be part of an effort of struggle that is currently now something that I can't reproduce on Earth with all my resources. I'm pretty sure that's part of it. Now, again, I'm not a psychiatrist. A grain of salt with all of this stuff. It's just sort of how I think, you know? Leo says, Code Vein was pretty fun. I haven't finished it. Sorry, I'm getting pretty far behind on chat. I don't know how I ranted into all of this. Pio says, thank you for sharing your stories with us, Eki. Ooh, we appreciate you as a streamer. I appreciate you too, Pio. Thank you for being here. Oh my gosh, Ricky. Yeah, I'm gonna get sappy. I'm getting a little sappy now. I mean, I gotta save it. Stop being sappy. Nid says, yeah, I'm trying to discourage my little sister from doing that. Still hurts to hear her cry, though. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to enforce boundaries on people sometimes. But it's also like the responsible thing to do. Pio says, I think that's called novel stimulus. Is it? That's one I'm not actually familiar with. Let me see. Google novel stimulus. I've definitely heard that term before. I used to study psychology. Like back when I was doing my general studies. I can go over my college experience in the past, but when I was doing general studies right at the beginning, I was so interested in psychology. It just wasn't what I was going to pursue as a job, because I was like, I still think I'll have an easier time with computer science. Computer science was something that I chose not out of talent or ability or even like super strong interest. I chose it because I knew that there was money in it and it was stable. I have no talent for computer stuff. A lot of people think I do because I'm very good at it now. I had no talent for computer stuff initially. I was talented at drawing when I was young. I drew a lion when I was a baby. I drew Star Wars in crayon stuff when I was a young kid. My father liked Star Wars movies. I drew a bunch of Disney stuff. I drew the Power Rangers. It was all crayons for a long time. I continued to draw as I grew up. I'd probably be amazing as an artist right now if I stuck with it. But at some point along the line, I kind of sat down all of my art supplies and said, I'm going to learn the tech stuff. Because my family wasn't in a good place. And tech was going to get me out of there. And it has. So I've gotten quite good at tech. But it's not what comes to me naturally, and I still have to like practice it a lot to actually stay good at it. But it does enable another one of my passions, which is game design. That's where the art and tech and storytelling and everything come together. And I thought that was going to be my main passion because of that. But then I found streaming, where art and storytelling and even programming can come together. Especially like tech stuff, like if I'm making my own live 2D and I'm rigging it, and if I'm making my own sort of fancy things on stream, like the chat box that's normally up on screen when we're up close like this, but right now I didn't want it to cover the Christmas tree. I can adjust that using CSS programming, more or less, which I know because I do it as my job. So it's kind of cool. Stream has become another passion for me. I never thought it was gonna be, but it's become that way. Alright, let's see. I googled novel stimulus. A novel stimulus, once perceived, is relayed from the sensory cortex of the brain through the thalamus to the brainstem. Okay, that doesn't answer it for me. Let's see. What is novel stimulus? Is there nothing that just wants to give me a good definition of novel stimulus? What does novel stimulus... What does... let's see. No, this isn't right. Nothing actually wants to just define it. Cambridge Dictionary is the one that says the thalamus one. It doesn't actually describe what a novel stimulus is. But I believe you, Pio. I believe that you're probably right on that one. You know, Pio's quite smart. Pio's quite smart, you guys. I have a lot of talks with Pio, and I'm like, this alien knows what she's talking about. Pio says it's what drives the rat. Take a different turn instead taking the usual turn. Rat psychology is interesting. If you remember correctly, it's what makes us choose something different over something usual. Oh, gotcha. That would make sense with novel stimulus, just the terms. It says, glad Pio knows the big words so I don't have to learn them. Man, I almost started talking about psychology again because we brought up rats. But you know, I gotta end stream in slightly over an hour, and you guys voted to see Lies of P. So I'm gonna cold turkey shut off our music here. And I'm gonna boot up Lies of P. But we decided some things today. Mortuary assistant will be put somewhere near the top of my to-do list for soon because so many people have suggested it. We'll do Bramble possibly late night Friday. I don't currently have a stream scheduled for that, and if I'm so burned out from work that I can't stream anything, it won't be Friday, but we'll do it sometime next week if that's the case. I'm just letting you guys know. You get some insider information if you're actually here present on the stream and listening sometimes. Otherwise, you just gotta respond to the sudden notification from Twitch or my Discord that I'm going live at an odd hour. Pio says, but we love talking to you. I'll still talk during Lies of P too. But I know some people are here for the Souls-like content. I've been getting a lot of Souls-like viewers. Some of them have been here for quite a while. Some of them joined during Elden Ring. And I did promise some gameplay. Windows sound. Let me see. Might have plugged my controller in too late for the game to recognize it. Come on. Notice me. Notice me, senpai. Okay, good, it did. So this is Lies of P, the Souls-like, based on the story of Pinocchio. Let me shake up my pink drink and have a sip, hydrate before we get started. You guys ever had the Starbucks pink drink? It's like, does it have passion fruit in it? I'm forgetting if it's passion fruit or dragon fruit. I think it's passion fruit. It's got strawberry, passion fruit, a little bit of like coconut milk, maybe coconut water in it. I like it. You like the one with the coconut milk question mark? Yeah, this is that one, Pio. Stereotypers would definitely call this a girl's drink. But I don't care, it's tasty. And it's full of strawberries. I just chewed one right there. I do kind of like... I don't know if I'm outing Pio by saying this, but Pio said something to this extent too. I'm not that crazy about Starbucks as a company, but boy, do they make great drinks. I wish that a very good, strong Starbucks competitor would show up. I don't count Dunkin' as that. Dunkin' is the obvious Starbucks competitor, and I do get Dunkin' drinks sometimes, but they don't have the same kinds of things going on as Starbucks does. Pete's Coffee? I had a Pete's Coffee near me when I lived in Brookline, but they're not prevalent in my area. I would have to travel about 40 minutes, probably more, to get to the Pete's Coffee that's near me. Alright, so here we are. Pretty boy Pinocchio, look at this. This is our Pinocchio in Lies of P. I might switch up the outfit. This isn't his default outfit. Let me see. We recently got Mad Donkey's hunting apparel, which looks like this. I don't think we're gonna wear it. We also get the Treasure Hunter's hunting apparel. That one's not bad. I like the dark color. And then we've got the white shirt, this one, which is what I started the game with. Let me see. We've also got, like, glasses. I don't think I want to wear them right now. But they're neat to play with. And we've got a donkey mask, a wolf mask, and an alchemist's hat. Alchemist's hat kind of looks nice with this outfit. I think that was one of the free DLC things gifted. I'm gonna unequip it for now. In this game, this is just all cosmetic. It doesn't do anything for my my stats. Wait, he's good looking? Yeah. So this game was made by a Korean developer, and they made their characters pretty. So if I travel to the Hotel Krat, which is like our safe hub area where we level up, I mean, not everybody's pretty, mind you, but some of the important characters are. I don't know if I would say that Pinocchio here looks Korean. He's like a pretty boy, but I wouldn't say he looks Korean. I would say that the stand-in for the blue fairy over here has a fairly Korean face, especially when she's like talking. I did not mean to do the Stargazer.
Power to help you.
Her voice is English here, but I'm sure if I ran this in Korean, like she's got like, I'm looking at her from here. I don't know, might be the makeup a little, it might be the face. She looks like somebody that was developed by a Korean developer. Korean people preferred aesthetic. Why is that in quotes, Pio? Nid says, Pio likes pretty men. I don't know if you watch some of Pio's streams. I think Pio's a little bit more into the pretty Korean women, especially tall ones. That's what I'm starting to get from Pio. Alright, do I have a level here? I probably do. Okay, we got one level. I'll put it into technique. You like feminine featured men, you like Asian men a lot. Understandable. Do you think... Because, like, he doesn't look Asian to me. He definitely looks like feminine featured. But he looks more like the kind of feminine English, like, what's a word I'm looking for? English and like high class kind of appearance, but like not snooty. I don't know. Which would make sense because this game is kind of placed in a Victorian setting. All right, let's see. Where do we want to be? Krat City Hall, I think, is where we left off. I'll get into playing this because I actually don't have long to play it. We have about an hour. But we'll make some progress. Pio says, what is most beautiful in viral men? Virile men, that's how you say that. Is something feminine. What is most beautiful in feminine women is something masculine. Why is that also in quotes? Who are these people you're quoting? Are you putting these things in quotes to take the attention off yourself and your actual preferences, Pio? I'm suspecting you. Ow. Okay, that guy did not let me backstab him. This guy is not going to have a choice. There we go. The voices in her head. I have a very diverse range of what I consider attractive. It has driven people crazy before. Because a lot of people try to be like, what's your type? They get curious. I can't even answer that question for myself, not really. But I'm also not like, my primary form of attraction doesn't come from physical appearance, which is part of what makes that question difficult. Because an extremely pretty person can be very, very ugly to me if they're ugly inside. They have a really nasty personality, or stand for things that are really against my values. I very much get attracted to personality first. I think there's some term for that out there. I just don't remember what it is because I don't look into these too much. Is that demisexual? I don't remember. Something out there fits me better than just standard, though, for like people who go off of attraction first. And it's not to say I can't just be attracted to shallow appearances under like the right conditions, but it's not what matters to me when I'm trying to find a relationship. Oh, that is demisexual, okay. I think that's what I best fall under when using just the terms out there. I do like the feeling of the combat in this game. It's nice and weighty. And I like the fact that the character's outfit gets a little wet when I'm splashing around in the water too. It's a nice thought. Ned says, I just thought it was called wisdom. Didn't know that there was a sexuality for it. I mean, some people really do get attracted off of appearance first. And there's nothing, I think that's the more standard way. I think a lot of people see someone and they're like, oh, that person's hot. I want to get to know them. It's just that really doesn't happen that way for me. Makes things like dating apps and stuff pretty weird for me, because, oh god, this person started becoming a tree? Uh-oh. I don't like this as like foreshadowing of things to come. Something nasty happened to this person. But like on the other hand, I can start to have like feelings for somebody without having any sense of what they look like. And honestly not being worried about that. Which bothers a lot of people. And it's not to say that my brain is 100% that way. I'm sure there could be times where I'm attracted to somebody's personality and then I find out what they look like. And it's, I don't know. I can't really think of what this would be because I don't judge people off these things too much, but there's probably some kind of appearance that could come out that would just like off-put me. But that feels weird to say because that's just not how my brain tends to think about things. I'm just sure I'm not 100% that way. Hey look, big scary guy with no head. Ow. Oh. Timing not working out too well for this guy. There we go. Fable Catalyst, Dim Ergo Fragment, Star Fragment. Okay. I want to see what you guys were saying. Hold on. Let's see. It says maybe I've just evolved over time. I hope, you know, hopefully we all do. It says if they have half of their face missing, it's probably a deal breaker. Yeah, maybe. Pio says appearance doesn't matter much to me, but uncleanliness actually matters to me a lot. I agree. But I don't think uncleanliness has much to do with appearance. I mean, uncleanliness certainly affects appearance. But I think the reasons for uncleanliness...
No survivors here.
No survivors here.
Just give her that baby puppet.
Oh, that was the lady who said the baby got taken away from her and now we got a baby puppet. That's a little weird. That's a little weird. I mean, we could go do it, I guess. But yeah, what I was gonna say is I think the reasons for uncleanliness stem in personality somewhere. Maybe not like base personality, but something that a person would have to work on. Pio says, I mean, if you have crusty teeth due to not brushing your teeth. Yeah, I mean, like, again, I think the reason for that still kind of stems in personality, doesn't it? I don't think anybody is defaultly unclean. I mean, there's some people who get, like, greasy really quick. There's genetics that make things more difficult. But I think, like, a person with the right mindset's still gonna clean themselves up. You know, hygiene is different. If you'll be having barnacles on your backside, Hey, Talcott, hello, how you doing? Crot News issue 1124. Like, for me, by the way, I have a very... You brought up teeth, Pio. I have a very rapid, natural growth of plaque. Like, something that stuck with me when I was really, really young. Like, when I was a kid, I went to the dentist. And the dentist said, man, Ricky, you got the plaque buildup of an 80-year-old man. Now, this was before I really knew anything as a kid. I was young. They said that to me. And they went on to be like, oh yeah, you get plaque quickly. So, I learned from that. And started taking care of... like focusing on plaque more. And so I might have like a natural inclination, like a natural tendency with my body or something to get plaque faster. It might happen to my teeth faster for whatever reason. I don't know what controls that, but I might get plaque buildup faster than some people, but I know about it. And so I work on it. I prevent that. And I feel like that's what anybody can do, even if they have a genetic reason for, you know, getting greasy faster or getting body odor quicker or getting plaque faster or something, you can still do stuff about all that. I think that comes down to personality still. You're judging 8-year-old Ricky. I think at that point, at that age, you'd probably have to judge my parents. Because little me didn't know about even what plaque was until I heard that stuff. Crot News Issue 1124. Mr. Vanini's ambition to make a jolly police mascot puppet for the City Hall ended in failure. His passion to make a trustworthy friend for the citizens and a strong officer who overpowers criminals was in the right place, but turned out to be excessive. The new police officer's puppet overcharged storage battery exceeded its capacity, causing chain explosions, malfunctions, and serious body damage. The city council recommended disposing of the puppet on the grounds that its appearance intimidates visitors, but Mr. Vanini and the taxpayers protested, halting the council's plan in its tracks. The puppet still lies abandoned behind City Hall to this day while the lawsuit's ongoing. Now, is that the guy with no head that I just fought? Or is that news of what's to come? Hold on. Something happened. Nerve! Thank you for the 30 bits. And Pio, thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you. Wiki Black Myth Wukong, August 20th. Note it down. Oh, is that when the Wukong game's finally coming out? Interesting. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Apple. Oh, the apple a day keeps the... That's the doctor, not the dentist away, Nid. But, sure. Telsa says, not great, but I'll endure. It's what I do best. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling you on that one, Telsa. I need the work week to end. Like, I need it. You know what I got recently, tooth-wise? I got a Sonicare. Any of you guys have Sonicare toothbrushes? For a long while, they were, like, a little too expensive for me. But I recently got one of those because it saves me a lot of trouble. I just had to go nuts on like taking care of my teeth before. Sonicare helps. Prefer Mario Care, And Apple keeps anyone away if you throw it hard enough. Alright, fair Nid. He says, are y'all flossing? Hope you flossed today. If not, I'm judging. I kind of think flossing is a little bit of a cringy dance, honestly, Pio. If I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I think it's cringy and outdated dance. Talsit says, oh, work is a great distraction from what's going on. Oh, is it? Yeah, sometimes that do be the case. For me, work is the problem. I'm kidding, Pio. You haven't heard of the dance flossing, Pio? Look it up and you'll agree with what I was saying, but as a hygiene measure, yes, you should be flossing, exactly. Leo says, I have a water thing for flossing, but have regular floss as well. Waterpick is a scam, unfortunately. We're getting the medical lessons from Pio. I don't even know if I've heard of a Waterpick. I just use the good old-fashioned floss stuff. Although, my body really wants dental hygiene to be difficult, because I got sensitive gums. It's so easy to cut them with floss, too. I just have to do everything carefully. My mouth wants to be bad. I refuse. I refuse. Oh god, he got a hit on me. Dang it. You still got a floss? I do. I just have to be more cautious of my gums. You don't want your teeth fusing together. Especially as somebody who has a high buildup of plaque, naturally. Flossing is important. You don't want to let the plaque build up between your teeth and have them get stuck together. Ew. Ew. Or like food stuck in there. have that food get old. Ew. Ew. Puppet Destroyer's Amulet, huh? Is that an equipment thing? Yeah. Increased damage inflicted on puppets. I feel like almost all the enemies I fought so far were puppets, other than like the mad donkey. That's kind of nice. That's when problems on teeth form. Yeah. I've had dentists throughout my entire life tell me I have cavities that need filling. I hate dentists, guys. Dentists are important, but I also hate them. Because for over 15 years, I think it's like 18 years ago, roughly, a dentist was like, oh, you got a cavity forming in the back. We need to drill that and fill that. And I didn't do it. Mostly out of being anxious about that procedure. And then some years later, I saw another dentist and they were like, you got a cavity. We need to drill and fill that. But you know what? They pointed to a different place. And they didn't say anything about the place that was previously commented on. Same thing. I didn't act on it. Didn't feel wrong. Didn't feel like anything was happening there. Years later, once again, went to a new dentist for the first time. They said I had 2 places that they needed to drill and fill for cavities, and neither one of those places were either of the 2 places that previous dentists pointed to. I still haven't had those drilled and filled, and guess what? I haven't had problems. I swear that so many dentists, because it's really hard to just like call them out for lying, be like, oh no, you're wrong, I know my mouth. I swear so many of them make up cavities just so they can have you do these expensive procedures, because so far in my life, I haven't had a cavity. Unless I have one now and it just hasn't been found yet. That would be the only thing that would happen, but like... So I take pretty good care of my mouth. So I'm always like really sus of dentists. I gave Pio's dentist a little like mental clap the other day because Pio apparently found one recently that she was like, oh, they took good care of my friend's teeth and they didn't tell them they had any cavities, and then they took care of my teeth and they didn't tell me I had any. I'm like, oh, a dentist not saying that you have cavities? It's like unheard of in my area. You become a morbole if you don't brush your teeth? Anything like Morbius, Nid? Pao says, also brushing too hard is bad. Oh yeah, especially if you're not careful about your gums. You can wear down your teeth from brushing too hard, but you can also like cut up your gums and like have them recede and things like that. Gotta be careful. Your dad brushed regularly but had a lot of cavities back then. Oh yeah. Your whole mouth is sensitive. You gotta be careful to it. Be good to your mouth, people. And yes, thank you for following the other day. I did say hi to Pao earlier, and we're like, oh, Pao came from Pio's. I saw them the other day. I'm glad you checked it out here, Pao. I hope you feel good about it. Also, is Pao the right way to say it? Leo, thank you for gifting a sub to Pao. Now they don't have to worry about the ads anymore. True Giga Chad move. 113 subs on the channel. Dang. I appreciate you, Leo. Pio says, maybe they all went to different dental schools and their cavity definitions are all slightly different. I don't know. I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt. I think they're all grifters. You heard me. It says, no, the giant vine creatures from Final Fantasy who use the bad breath attack. Oh, Malboros. I think you left off some... you left off some letters, but yeah, Malboros. It's funny because Marlboro comes from the Latin word mal for bad and boro for breath. So it's like bad breath, and they all have the bad breath attack in Final Fantasy. Makes sense, right? But they're so similar in name to Marlboro, which was the old like cigarette company. I'm like, why did they call the cigarettes, like they practically called their cigarettes bad breath? I think it was entirely accidental, probably more based off of the the area, because there's a few Marlboros out there, but it's just a funny move. It says maybe I'll start calling Leo GigaChad Leo now from now on. Pio's getting a couple people in the GigaChad list. Al says, yeah, that's the right way. Just change the B from bow to P and say it normal. I had an issue with that. Like, I always reference my Korea trip, my trip to Seoul. And I don't even say Seoul right anymore because it's been years, but because that's one of the biggest like solo trips I've ever taken. That was the longest plane ride I ever took. I traveled to Seoul, South Korea for a couple of weeks by myself. First time I ever went that far out of my country. And first time I ever went to a place where my language was not the predominant one. And so I put all kinds of time into learning Korean and Hangul, the written version. And so I could read Hangul and I could speak Korean just well enough to get by in certain situations. And I had like a little helpful booklet with me in case I was about to enter a situation I was more unsure about how to say the things. That being the case, though, I actually got my brain, like, that's the first time I did that to my brain to try and, like, seriously learn another language enough to, like, survive with it in another country. And so I got my brain into a state where so many things that were, like, part of the way of speaking Korean got ingrained into me speaking English when I came back here, that stuff like B's and P's were kind of interchangeable, and I was saying like I'm over exaggerating it, but or less exaggerated is usually a listening sound that a lot of times you talk to people or you hear people talking or they talk to you. You'll hear a lot of that in the middle of actually it's almost a joke a little bit with some Koreans, because not only is it a listening sound, but in some contexts, you can practically have an entire conversation just by making that sound. That's sort of like a joke sometimes made there. You just put different tones on it. Some more questioning, some more listening, some more like nodding and acceptance in like the sound. But there was a lot of that. There was like tendencies, like when I hand my wallet to people, I like use both hands, or I keep one hand on my wrist a little, or something like that. All these like customs that I worked so hard to try and remember, and things about the language. I was only there for 2 weeks, and yet I came back to the Americas and I couldn't shake them for the longest time. It was funny. It was just because I was trying so hard to like do my best when I was there. I wanted that part of the experience, that like my brain got confused coming back. It was a really funny sensation. Anyway, Ned says, I think they had to change that because it's a cigarette brand. Yeah, probably. Haruru says, dude, I don't brush my teeth often. You don't brush your teeth often? Wait, so does that mean you only brush them once a day, or are you saying you skip days? And your dentist said, yeah, your teeth's in good condition. It says they call them Morbles in Final Fantasy 14 and 16. Really? How dare they? I hate that. Gigaleo, Pole, Chad, Blaze. I like the Piapold, Blaze, and Leonie Astera. Pal says, maybe you're eating food that ain't hurting your tooth enamel, but still brush them, even super lightly. Super feels great to feel pearly, smooth teeth. Yeah. This is too much for me, Gigaleo, Chad. It is. Probably once a day. I don't love your probably, but I won't. I'm not gonna put you on. You're not gonna be under interrogation right now. Oh yeah, I meant to read about this amulet. An amulet that can be equipped on a puppet. Information and memories that are useful for movement can be imprinted on the symbol to draw out special powers. I wonder what that means. Crush, crush, crush! The executioner puppet didn't know the reason or significance, but carried out his role. I said he's not being interrogated here, Pio. Spectre. Use a star fragment at the Cracks Calling next to the boss arena to summon a Spectre. It will help your character in boss battles. Okay, so I can summon here. So we're about to go into a boss, I guess. Telltale sign. They kind of spoiled me there, I suppose. We'll go in with our health injured. Let's see what's up. I don't know if I'm gonna first time it because I'm down a heal and my health is already lower. Let's see what's up. Yeah, this is definitely a boss arena. Oh, big clawed hand. Oh, there's the police officer that was malfunctioned. Oh god, he's creepy. The head upside down. The decommissioned... It's your ex-husband, Nid? Oh no. Scrapped watchman. Oh god, he's horrifying. Okay. He's got some odd timings, too. He's got, like, the wind-up. Oh yeah, he's gonna be a multiple tries boss for sure. I tried to perfect guard that one, didn't work. I should be working on guards a little bit more than dodges. Oh, ow. And Edge. Ooh. You've been gone for 2 hours. Well, Haruru, we've only been in this game for like... We haven't been in this game for 2 hours. Listen. We only started this game recently. We had a big long talking session. Pio says, you mean you don't kiss your girlfriend with minty breath every hour? What if your girlfriend doesn't like mint though, Pio? What about that? He doesn't, says Froggy. We're not talking about me, Froggy. And I'd kiss you every hour if we were together. Let's be real. Yuki says, I have a real hard time timing guards and stuff in games like this. I always just want to dodge. I usually do too. I'm not a parry kind of guy. But I think this game wants me to learn to be, so I'm gonna try to be. I think that's the right way to play it. You'll fart on me? I know that's your way of showing love. EMP mep my oj. You okay? You okay, Joan? Are you you malfunctioning? I tried to read it backwards, but it doesn't make any more sense that way either. Thank you for the head pats, Leo. Equivalent exchange. Somehow I feel offended by that. The equivalent of my kiss is one of your farts. Ow, stop it, dude. Yeah, get electric shocked, you dummy. Just stand in the electricity, you dummy. And I'll just stand here and take your blade attack. Alright, so did I miss a shortcut here? Let me check this way. We went this way though, right? We did. Tree person. Okay, so this is a shortcut right here. What does this link back to? Okay, let's do this again then. Let's sit here. It's just a really weird shortcut that's like right nearby. There's a stretch and hydrate and nya. Man. It gets hard to read the whole chat. I try. Okay, let's see. I see. Oh, yeah, from Darth. Nya. Hydrate and stretch from Leo. Nya. Okay. Everybody, you gotta stretch and hydrate too, or at least stretch. Unshrimp yourself. Nya. Work out those shoulders. Nya. I'm not even in Liza P category. I'm gonna switch us there. Nya. Trying to be accurate with the categories. Nya. Stretch out those phalanges. Roll your neck. But it's better to roll your neck forward, okay? If you're rolling your neck back to back, it's better to have it forward and slow rotation to the left and the right. You don't really want to like lean it back and rotate it to the left or the right, or you can pinch nerves that way. Yeah. I have a sip of my water too, yeah. You stretched, yeah, and an alarming number of cracks were heard, yeah. You know, that happens a lot for me when I stretch on stream when I've been playing for a while and people redeem stretch. I'll get like a pop or a crack somewhere and I'm like, that's the indicator to me that they were right to redeem that, yeah. Joan may have a cat on their keyboard. Yeah, maybe. Backwards is hard, says Joan. Perhaps it is. Yeah. Perhaps it is. Are you 18 yet, says Pio? I doubt it happened that quickly, Pio. You that excited to have Joan back on your stream, yeah? I gotta start trying to block parry the normal enemies, yeah, because I'm just trying on the bosses and I'm not gonna get nearly enough practice that way, yeah. I like that they put the Lost Ergo outside the boss. That's a nice touch, yeah. Makes me feel like I haven't died to a boss yet. I don't remember seeing that, yeah. Ow. 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 Oh god. Electroshock. Oh, ow. Dead again. Pio doesn't even say bad words. There's gotta be a funky reason. What do you mean by that, Nid? Oh, you mean the whispering on the stream? I think I missed some context. So I was fighting a boss. The only negative about fighting bosses and stuff in this is I can't look at chat for so long. I will always do my best, I almost said breast, to read everything you guys say. Sometimes I can't look away from the games. Be doing that to me sometimes. He said breast. I did. Stop following me. Thank you. Am I gonna go through this game without summoning too? Maybe. I don't know what counts as like perfect for guarding times. Because I don't think I've actually done like a guard break yet. Maybe some of that was it. I died trying to get it to happen. But I think I saw a couple of perfect ones in there. Because I know his arm rotation things. I think I saw some. You don't think the summons help too much, or at least they're inconsistent? When you played, the summon would either take the boss's attention off me completely and make it easier, or it would really not do anything at all. Let me see. I want to see what you guys are saying. I missed too much during the bosses. Let me scroll up. Pia will be an old grandma in 2028. What, 4 years? Akiki will always do his breast. Alright. It says, on my honor, I will do my breast to do my booby to God and my country. Uh-huh. Don't want to traumatize a kid. You can try not summoning. Azrael Dude says, I'm finally back, I think. Welcome back, Azrael Dude. How's it been, Liza P? We haven't been playing much of it. Because we talked for a long time. Yeah. We did the Exit 8 first, then we talked for a long time, then we started this up about a half hour ago. So we're only like a little further than where we left off last time. And I can only play it for about another half hour. So this isn't a very heavy Lies of P stream. I just wanted to do a little bit of it. Get some practice in at this boss. Probably beat the boss. I think it's probably the toughest boss I've fought so far. It's definitely got the most kills on me. It's scary. That's always a little faster than I think. Oh, did not get the perfect on that one. Got your Watchmen butt. Ow. I messed it up. Ow. Okay, I'm trying too much with the blocks, so I'm probably gonna die again here, but we're doing our best. Oh yeah, I couldn't block that one all the way. Pretty good though, pretty good. I think we did get some perfect blocks on there, and then I forgot that it's like their name that lights up. Let me see. Now I can check in on what you guys were saying. I'm using this boss to practice. Let's see. Wow, you guys said a lot. Darth says retirement home stream, let's go. Azrael says, Nya. It says, if I ain't employed by 2028, I'm becoming an anarchist. That's fair. Oh yeah, you can beat it, your tries are going smooth. Yeah, I think I would have beaten it already if I wasn't trying so hard to get these block timing things done, but I'm like, I gotta try it sooner rather than later. There's not too much of a tell for it, but I think when I see like those red sparks, it's me getting it right. Employed in what sort of position? It says the money-making kind. Right now I'm an unpaid babysitter and maid for my family. As long as I'm making money, it's better than right now. Eventually, I would like to hire some of you guys. If I make a bunch of money, I want to find some talent in the community and enable you guys to do something that's a little bit more fun for money. Azrael says, the good thing is that you're not first to parry/guard everything, but it depends on your playstyle. Yeah, I could definitely just dodge time around these things like I played Bloodborne. I think that would be perfectly reasonable. Except they do introduce undodgeable attacks. That you just have to be... I mean, they're technically dodgeable, you just have to get far enough away. Your iframes aren't good enough. Leo says, there are all kinds of entry-level positions that I don't believe would be difficult to obtain. Do you mean net profit? You'd be surprised these days, Leo. There's so many, like, hiring managers who are like, oh yeah, we're in a hiring frenzy. We got all these opening positions and can't find anybody. And then there's all these people looking for jobs that can't find a job. It's like the two of them sometimes connect with each other, but then it never actually continues through to a job position. It makes no sense. Pio says, let me join you. I'm tired of this late-stage capitalism. Aren't we all? Ruru says, oh yeah, Wiki, I also forgot they announced a Marvel's Blade game. Devs of Dishonored, I believe, so that's something. I've never been a Blade fan, but maybe I could try it out. Dishonored. I never played that game. I had a lot of stealth elements, right? Camo says, yes, please make a lot of money and hire me. I would like to. Hey, Hata! Hello, how you doing? Good to see you. The hydrate and the stretch. Alright, we'll get another stretch in. I want to fight this boss a couple more times, though. I know we're coming up to when I'm supposed to be ending the stream, about 20 minutes. And I really do gotta, because I've been so drained from work, I gotta make sure I sleep before my Friday. But I want to play more of this. Let me have a sip, too. And there we go. Pog, it's the Pogus wiki. As opposed to what? What other wikis out there are trying to steal my fame? At least I'm the Pogist right now. And you're all my little Pog champ. I'm sorry, excuse me. I can't believe I said that to you. You're all my Whittle Pog champs. Yuki says everything's hard to get right now, job-wise. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. I'm constantly frustrated hearing it. I currently have a job, but I'm also like, I'm sorry, anybody from my job. Hopefully nobody from my job's listening. I'm also kind of looking, so I have a sense of where the market's at right now. Don't call me a Pog champ. Too late. Too late. I already did. Cancel me. Go write your twit longer. Ow. Or bonk me. I guess that's fair. We're even now. Thank you for correcting yourself. You're welcome. Didn't want to offend anybody. Oh god. He was being mean. I didn't manage. Like those red attacks, I'm really trying to get the proper dodge timing or guarding timing on those, because they're the really important ones, and I never managed to get it. Ow. Ow. Oh, that's a grab? Did you just bite me? I think that's the first grab I've seen in this game. Interesting. I've never, I haven't seen a grab in Lies of P so far. Okay, well now I can be aware of them. I don't know what indicated that that was a grab any more than his usual jab attack he did. Unless it's been a grab attack before and I've just gotten lucky and only got hit like a jab. Hey Matreus, how's it going? Everyone here's a liar. I better not include me. I'm very serious with my honesty. It's even to a fault sometimes, although I try to have it not be to a fault. Okay, Watchman. I thought I was gonna have you last time, but I didn't have you. Ow. Okay, that's the grab. I tried to get out of that one. Dang guy bites me. Ow. Oh. Okay, yeah, this guy is real rough when I'm trying to... This guy's real rough when I'm trying to block everything. I had a really good first phase of him, though. I took so little damage and got the health that I lost back from doing the block stuff. I feel like this is really good practice. Yeah, I get the electric shock thing. I get it. It's like, it seems to be like bleed with some additional damage in between. Tutorials born. This one does seem to like to tutorial a lot. But you know, the typical Souls game doesn't tutorial much, so it might actually be a good change of pace for some people. But I'm used to just having to figure it out. Elden Ring didn't even want to tell you what stats do. Ow. So much delay. Yeah, so much delay. What was that? Ow. Also, question, let me see. I gotta check this. Because I felt like I started doing less damage there. Hold on. Nope, the weapon durability looks like it resets on death. Why isn't it epic Italian music? Yeah, it should be a little bit more Italian or whatever. Victorian era, whatever it is. Pinocchio should be Italian, but I don't know if that's actually what this is based off of. I mean, I know it's based off of Pinocchio, but I don't know whether like the area is super Italian-y. Ow. Ow. Freaking electroshock buildup. Got him. We got overcharged storage battery, we got a small wooden officer puppet, various other things. Okay, I did a lot of perfect timed guards there. So I feel good about that practice. I think that's awesome. Thank you, Leo. Appreciate it. Pachi Pachi, thank you, Pio. Yeah, that boss was great for practice. He had some not so hard to discern patterns. So I could practice that timing. I like that. I probably could have ended it a little quicker if I just did my dodgy playstyle, but I wanted to learn Liza P's playstyle. Especially because it feels like, I don't know, the blocking and attacking after with the rapier feels good. We got a faded whistle from this little friends section here. Appreciate the 100 bits, Leo, thank you. I feel good about that one. Let me see if I can... Let me see how that works on these guys. Okay, you're not guarding. Okay, pretty nice. I got 8,000 ergo. So we want to go back and level up. To Hotel Krat, which should have Geppetto. You guys are familiar with Pinocchio lore. Geppetto is the one who made Pinocchio. In fact, in this I believe he's kind of responsible for all of the puppets, but I'm like his special creation. And he should be here now. And Geppetto is also hot, at least for an old man.
Wow, cool part you got there. Come here for a sec, would you?
Okay, I'll come here and let you show. The man never got laid, but he got a kid to raise. Rip. I mean, he made that kid though, so.
I picked up traces of high-powered energy.
She also looks
far away.
Korean.
That's one mystery solved. Why don't we make a Legion arm with it? Mr. Vanini is the expert when it comes to Legion arms, but I'm pretty sure I can make one. The puppets get fried easily by electricity. If you use an electric Legion arm, it'll make your life easier.
Oh, okay. Full minis? Switch Legion arm. Puppet string to Fulminous. A Legion arm that holds powerful electricity. It accumulates electric blitz and discharges an electric shock. Lightning has been interpreted as God's authority and fury since ancient times. Now God's fury descends to the earth and is being used to destroy steel monsters. You know, honestly, like, the puppet string is cool in theory, but has been almost entirely useless to me. So maybe I will switch to this. I'm not loving the blue look of it, but it's alright. Let's see. Yeah, let's try it out. We'll get some electricity going. Thank you, Eugenie. Or Eugenie, sorry. I just don't like the way that sounds. Cast Haga for max damage. Ha 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 ha. Hello, Bloof. Can you level me up?
Wonderful.
I did.
He is on the second floor. He can hardly wait to see you. I'll use.
Why? Because he's so old? Alright, let's see. We'll put our technique to 20, definitely. How much does it take to level up? Why do I not see, like, the next level? Oh, there we go. Required ergo, 1500. I imagine we want to get motivity up a little bit. It's not terribly tempting. But having it down at 5, I bet we're going to cut out some of our access to weapons. So I'm going to bring it up to 8. It feels kind of sucky to put 3 points into the strength there right now because I'm going dex. But I'm just betting that we're going to want at least a little bit of it. I'll probably at least bring it to 10. We also probably have other souls, right? Got Broken Heroes Ergo. Ergo obtained from the Scrapped Watchman. It's packed with immense power. A treasure hunter may want this rare Ergo. The Watchman contorted and broke from the adult's desires. However, he never forgot the children, who considered him their friend, I say. Oh, so is that the friends thing scrawled there? And the whistle was from him? Interesting. Alright, level me up again. Get more vigor. Okay, I got nothing new to talk to her about. The cat that was up there is gone. Wonder where the cat went.
Welcome to Hotel.
He does have a new talk option about stalkers.
The stalkers are Krat's vigilantes. There are two groups of them, the Bastards and the Sweepers. The Bastards are an organization of guards for the alchemists and the workshop. Motto, honor or nothing.
Interesting.
The Sweepers are an organization of guards for the old families of Krat. Motto, we always repay what is owed. Historically, the relationship between the two groups has been turbulent, but most were killed in the puppet's full-scale attack. That is what little I know beyond the hotel walls.
Imagine being an honored group of hunters serving one of the honored groups in this, the alchemists. But you're called the Stalkers, and furthermore, as a subsection of the Stalkers, you're the Bastards. So you're the Bastards and Stalkers, and your motto is honor or nothing. I feel like it might not be terribly fitting. Flashlight Nyan is still watching you? Why, because of the cat? Cat's gotta be somewhere. Was it out here? I don't see it. Me and the boys being called the Bastards. Did I go down here before? Is there a book to read? No. Okay, can't interact with those. Do you have anything new to say to me, lady?
That sounds very dangerous. Geppetto usually isn't so reckless. The pain of his grief may be clouding his judgment. I shouldn't have said that. You and Geppetto are always welcome at this hotel. Geppetto's room is on the second floor. You can stop by whenever you like. People have no idea so many secrets are buried in Krat. Thanks for keeping me company.
It'd be funny if I learned that, ironically...
That book reminds me.
Hold on.
Have you ever heard the fairy tale about a mischievous wooden puppet? All of Krat knows the story. All because of someone who loved that story more than anyone else.
Who, Geppetto?
But this is strange. I do not recall Who exactly was that someone?
Yeah, what I was gonna say is it would be funny and ironic if I find by the end of this that while being called Puppet, I'm like really one of the only things in the game besides like the people at this hotel that I'm encountering that isn't one. Like I'm like Geppetto's dead son brought back to life through puppetry that he came up with. And that's why I look so human. Ironically, Pinocchio was a real boy this whole time.
That book reminds me. Who?
And he liked the story of the wooden puppet. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. My brain likes to come up with things like that, though. Alright, let's go upstairs, talk to Geppetto. You're gonna be on this side? I'm guessing this side. This feels like the right side. What I meant to say is I'm guessing this side. This feels like the left side. But of course, I would just be trying to trick you guys with that, because what is actually truly the case is that he must be in the back. Over here, correct? I mean, I know it's correct already. I'm just trying to pull one over on you guys. Yep, see? Just like I said. Kind of nice, fancy room. You don't see too many things that look like this in a lot of Souls games, so I accept it. Hello, kitty cat. There he is. There's the cat. Hello, kitty. Ooh, weird electric chair. You create your puppets in there, Geppetto? Look at him. He's not bad, right, for an old guy? And he doesn't look as good in this light as he did in the last one. And he doesn't have, like, his same outfit on, but... oh, he's still not bad.
You've returned. Forgive a sentimental father for worrying about his son. Always remember that you're precious to me. Even when I ask you to do something dangerous.
Okay.
Speaking of which, there's a factory just beyond Elysian Boulevard. It's packed with countless puppets.
Looks better than the Disney one, true.
My friend, the inventor Venini, went to stop them, but he never came back.
Oh, Venini's alive, huh?
Please, go save him and shut down the factory. P organs are the source.
Oh, we're gonna talk about the P organs now.
Collect quartz to get the strength you need. Remember, the hotel is the last safe place.
P organ Astera.
It's our only refuge in a city full of perils. It'll be extremely dangerous if anyone has ill intentions. Be careful who you tell about this place, especially if they're stalkers or alchemists. Be wary of dangerous people. And always be a good boy to me.
Always be a good boy, gotcha. P organ. Use the P organ slots to activate your character's latent abilities. Equip quartz on the P organ to obtain its corresponding effect. If you equip quartz in each of the slots of a single group, you can gain the group's synergy effect. Okay, so we got like a level tree, an ability tree in a Souls-like. That's a little bit unique. Each time the synergy effects of two groups are affected or activated, the next step is unlocked. You can get a great variety of effects as you take your P organ to higher places. Okay. Let's elevate our P organ, everybody. You can add Fable slots. Enables another dodge in the middle of a dodge motion. Okay, very dodgy. Increase pulse cells. That's nice. Increase staggerable window. Increase time of enemies' staggerable status. Make the P organ erect. Odd phrasing, but yeah. Skill tree. Yeah, skill tree was the word I was looking for. Atreus is a time traveler? Who says, Orson? Mark says, incidentally, last stream Floofer says that the cat was watching and judging your every action, so in response I dubbed the cat Flashlight in the end, to which Floofers agreed. Yeah, I believe I remember that. Now, I'm guessing there's not going to be enough quartz in the game to get all of these things. But maybe there will be. I think I'll probably start with an extra heal. Oh, wait. Enhance charger, stagger, attack 1. Wait. You can if you're very thorough. So, the synergy ability of this one is like increased staggerable window. And this one is increased pulse cells, but the empty slots can be filled with any of these. I wonder if it matters which ones I use. Like, would I want to put increased stagger duration 1 on the stagger one? Lies of P.O. P.O.P. P.O.P.O.P. P.O.P. That weird goopy gun. Atreus is just a multiverse traveler. He loves the multiverse. Can't get enough of it. Alright, I'm gonna increase my charge stagger attack. Use quartz to activate abilities, yep. And also my fatal attack. Cannot equip multiple quartz of the same type. Wait, what? Okay. We got an attack type, we got a survive type. Enhance.
Orson just subscribed.
Orson! Oh, Leo, thank you for gifting 3 months of tier 1 to Orson. Orson, congratulations. Welcome back to the Squiddy Cats. You can use the emotes and you can avoid those pesky ads. Thank you so much, Leo. I appreciate that. 3 months. Lower damage while dodging. Lower damage when discharged. Enhanced fatal attack. Pulse cell charge. Could be nice. I want to do a lot of fatal attacks. Enhanced guard regain recovery though. Oh, I like that. Oh, we put that one. And we get the synergy, right? So we get an extra pulse cell. Cool. Are those removable? It doesn't look like they are. I don't see any reason not to just put into each of these. But let's prioritize the ones that we want more first. An extra Fable slot's probably going to be nice. So we can enhance the fatal attack. Not enough quartz? Oh, okay. I got 0 quartz. Okay, gotcha. I understand a little bit more. They have super strict rules and one change can turn the world over. What do you mean? What do you mean, Matreus? Oh, for time travelers and things? Then saving Harambe would make the world a better place. We definitely entered the dark timeline somewhere. Although I still kinda...
From City Hall to the factory with the key I just gave you. Venini gave me that key. And now he's missing. Rescue him if you can.
I've been time traveling, guys. It's not as complicated as you'd think. overestimate the human's power on the universe. That's our ultimate flaw of always believing we're more powerful than we are. I still blame the squirrel in the super collider, though, for the dark timeline that we shifted to. Investigate the cat. Yes. That's all I ever wanted. It hissed at me. Doesn't like me. 'Cause I'm the dead son. It knows. It knows it. So what if it was the shrimp on the treadmill?
The city of Krat.
That would have been a better timeline, though. Just think about it.
Probably not.
It's pretty obvious.
Remember it, eh? Ask me any questions, and I'll fill in the gaps.
About Venini Works.
Venini Works is the puppet's main base. It's a factory where they manufacture more of themselves.
Oh, they're just making more
Venini
puppets, huh?
himself went to stop them, but I'm worried. He's an industrialist, not a fighter. Rescue Venini and shut down his factory. That will deny the puppets their reinforcements.
Flashlight Nyan judges you very harshly. I don't know what I've done to be judged, but I guess I've got memory gaps. About St. Frangelico Cathedral, because obviously I know about that.
The cathedral is famous for its wise and kind Archbishop Andreas. He offers sanctuary to countless refugees there. The thing is, I've lost touch with him. Perhaps no news is good news, but I'm a suspicious sort. And if the puppets push towards the cathedral, it could be devastating. Go save the Archbishop and the refugees before it's too late.
Archbishops are only ever good in Souls games, so I believe you. About Malum District.
I don't know what's happening in the Malum District. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood seized the neighborhood.
Oh, them.
That's all I know.
The ninja.
It was always a run-down neighborhood, but it's descended into anarchy, or worse. I'm hearing rumors of monsters rampaging
Capitalism?
through the district. Those poor people. They need your help, son.
Monsters rampaging, huh? About Rosa Isabel Street.
Rosa Isabel Street is a stronghold of the puppets. It's a hunting ground where the most dangerous puppets roam. I believe it's the epicenter of the puppet frenzy. After all, I detected the strongest wave of ergo there.
Oh.
Especially for someone as precious as you. It's a perilous place. And when you walk a dangerous path, my son, it's best to take it one step at a time.
Okay. Good lore, good information. Don't we have a door straight to that street from here? That's interesting. I guess that's gotta be a late game area, but they still make it connect to here. So we have this central area a little bit better. Alright, lots of cool stuff. I wish I could go back out there and do more of it. We took a while to start this up tonight. But, I am after midnight. So I'm really at the point where I need to stop. I only have 17 ergo. I can't really justify going any further right now because we just beat a boss, so I can't even be like, ooh, let me peek to see if there's a boss. So I think we're gonna have to come back to this next time. But it's tough. But we're 17 minutes? 15 minutes, I guess, after when I was supposed to end. And I have been beat by work lately, guys. So I'm gonna close the game. We're gonna talk for a few minutes, and we're gonna wrap this up. What's the wah, Pio? What's the wah about? Ending the stream? No, we're gonna be here for a few more minutes at least. But it is, it's 12:16 for me on a work night, Pio. I'm 3 hours ahead of you. Where's some good lo-fi? Let's put on the Blam Garden. There we go. Blam Garden Lo-Fi. In stream despite Pio. Did you get home yet, Pio? Because you said you were ending work early. If I were able to be, excuse me, I'm already tired. If I did not have work tomorrow, I would straight up stream probably 5 more hours tonight. Because I've had a really rough week and I want to spend time with you guys. But I can't even contrive an excuse to call out of work tomorrow because they have me on a very important meeting. And that very important meeting contains information that I need the next time that I go into work, because I am leading a knowledge transfer session to a bunch of new people and I need the information from tomorrow in order to do it. So I can't even call out. I would love to call out tomorrow, but if I do, I'll put myself in a very bad position. So I can't. So I have no option to actually do tonight. I was saying there was a chance I might stream late tomorrow. Depending on how my day goes. I'm gonna be working, then I'm gonna be spending the evening with my girlfriend, but then late at night, because we'll be going into Saturday and I don't have any reason to get up on Saturday, I might do an Into the AMs stream tomorrow night, and we may do a replay of Bramble the Mountain King. Because there's some more people who want to see it, and I think it's a hidden gem. I enjoyed it a lot. Not sure why we still have to work 5 days a week. It is rough. Almighty Bernie, please make it 4 days. 4 days working week, please. I beg you. I'm so tired of this peasant life. I agree, Pio. It's been draining me so much. I don't know if you were here when I said it earlier. I'm not gonna rant as hard this time, guys. I promise. But like, my work just got rid of like 80% of us, okay? They got rid of most of the contractors. From a giant team that I had, they got rid of our architect, our business analyst, our primary scrum master, a bunch of our devs, almost our entire testing team. So it's 4 of us remaining on what had been a big team. We now have a stand-in scrum master. We have 2 developers. One of them is the main developer and one of them is me. And we have 1 tester. 4 people. and this is across like multiple projects, okay? But after getting rid of this 80%, they didn't change their expectations for due dates of things they already had in place, which by itself would be ridiculous. But then on top of that, they're like, you know what? It might seem silly because we just got rid of a bunch of people, but we want to bring in new contractors from this other company. They probably offered them better money. And they're like, so we need you to knowledge transfer and train these new people on top of the stuff you were already doing. So there's more responsibility on top of already expected deadlines while we only have 4 people on the team. But even worse than that, they're like, hey, we just found a bug in one of our products on the field, so we're gonna schedule an emergency release for the product on top of everything else you guys already have that you need to make sure you can push out really quickly. And we want to try and get this ready before Christmas. So they put that on top of us as well. 4 people. 4 people have to train an entire new team, keep up all the current expectations, and push out an emergency release before the holidays. So my work has been absolutely destroying my brain. Because on top of all this, they're also keeping us in meetings constantly, and I can't program while I'm in those meetings, so the work just piles up. And yeah, essentially, Leo, what they're asking is impossible. And we've pushed back on them about it, and I think ultimately at the end, they're going to just have to accept the fact that it's impossible, but they're not right now, which means we have to work as though it is possible. I don't think, even working our hardest, I don't think we're going to make these deadlines. And they're not keeping us after hours. Luckily, at least, the way the contracting works is even though I'm salaried, when I'm contracted out to this agency, they're paying per hour to the company that contracted me out. So they don't want us to go overtime. In fact, we can't really most of the time because we're locked into those hours. So an 80-hour week, or we get paid in sessions, so it can be 88 to 96 hours in like a pay period. We can't really exceed that. So so luckily they can't say, oh, you got to work double as much time this week to get it done. Ultimately, the hours are going to end up being the same, but they're very brutal. Yeah, true late-stage capitalism. I mean, it's associated with the government as well. I'm doing work pretty close to the government right now. I'm not working for them, but I have been contracted out to a government agency. So, government does it even worse. But it is what it is. The paycheck is pretty good, and I'm gonna have a vacation coming up pretty soon. So, I just have to live with it. My brain is a little dead. So I'm doing my best in these evenings, but I gotta make sure I get as full a night's sleep as I can during each of these work days, at least up until the holidays and like some of this end of the year stuff starts to kind of settle down and there's more people trained and less responsibility on my plate. Then, you know, I can push things a little bit more, but I gotta be a responsible adult in the meantime. Atreus says, I work 4 days regularly. 24 to 26 hours a week, and I get tips. Yeah, well, we aren't all so lucky, Matreus. And when I say lucky, I don't actually mean that. I hate when people talk about my situation as luck. It certainly doesn't sound like luck right now, but people have tried to relegate my accomplishments that I have worked so hard for to luck in the past, and it doesn't feel good, so... But I would love to work a not full work schedule. You're working just slightly over part-time in terms of hours, and I'm assuming you're making a full income through it. That's where I hope to get to eventually, or at least work on things I'm passionate about. Streaming and game design. Are you gonna raid someone? I always try to raid someone, Azrael, dude. Nin says, Scrum! Hey, I know that. Yep. Pio says, laying people off during the holiday time, 80% eat the rich. Oh yeah. They seem to love to do it around Christmas. It's rough. I think, honestly, they didn't want to pay some of these people their bonuses. Although I'm not sure they can get away with that. Oh my gosh, yeah, right, Elva. Exploitation at its finest. It's mean. I'm just glad that, you know, of the 4 people that survived it, I'm one of them. I was the only normal dev they kept. Leo says, unless you're dosed out of your mind and not expected to live through it, it's not possible. Oh yeah, could get on some illicit things that could keep my mind really open during the workday and high productivity. And I do mean high. Nin says, good lord, Ricky, this is why I don't want to go into software development. I give you so much credit. Normally, software development's not so bad, like outside of game design, but there's times. There are crunch times. Most of the time, it's not bad. And in some previous jobs, I had plenty of weeks where I actually worked less than 40. I think my current job makes a lot of money, but it's less than ideal for me in terms of how it works, because you're kind of locked into your hours. But at previous jobs I've had, there's been sort of this nice thing where you're doled out a certain number of tasks that were assigned to you by the Scrum process, right? They have these points that they assign to you, and they give you tasks for those points. And then it's basically on you to get them done by their deadlines. So if you're, for some reason, magic, and you got all of your things done in one day, sometimes that means you could just be done. You could just be done. That's you're salaried, so you'll make just as much money, but it's like you've done your stuff for that sprint. Now, you're not normally, unless the Scrum Master's really bad at their job, you're not normally going to get through everything in one day, but I had plenty of times where I had like a 30-hour work week because I coded a little more efficiently than some people. At this job, no. At this job, it's always going to be the full hours. Which can be positive too, because they can't make us work overtime in major crunch times. They can just make us work really, really hard during those hours that we're there. But yeah. Pio says, let us never forget this. Oh yeah, for sure. There's a few things in my life I'm never gonna forget if I become rich. I'm never gonna forget being so poor that we didn't own a house, that we had no hot water for years. True story. We had to boil water just to get ready to take a bath or a shower, like on a stove, and bring it in with us and mix it with cold water because we had no hot water for years. I won't forget not knowing where my next meal is going to come from all the time. And then in the in-between, this period, I'm not going to forget how hard I had to work and how much I had to stress anytime I was looking for a new job, how difficult they made all of this, and all of the debt that came with the piece of paper I needed to get the good jobs. I'm not going to forget that either. If I become rich at some point, all of this is going to stay with me, and I'm going to try to use these memories, these feelings that have been ingrained into me to try and help people out of similar situations and stuff like that, because it does not feel good. And our current society builds so many obstacles against people who are stuck in those positions, because they don't really want you to be able to go into different classes, right? Already the fact that I've managed to go from lower class to middle class is something that the system doesn't like. But yeah, I mean, I hope, money corrupts, but I feel like I've felt these things so deeply that I'll always remember them. If I don't, I hope I have some very good people in my life to give me a slap on the face and remind me. Atreus says, I hate that term. I studied capitalism a lot. This is just terrible decisions. You hate which term? I'm trying to remember when that lined up. Had to repeat gov classes twice. Elvis says, huh? Those people are just lazy, sadly. Then says, I see, I understand. Yeah. Oh, late stage capitalism, that term. I mean, like, it doesn't matter how much studying you do. Quite frankly, almost all the isms look good on paper. It's the implementation of it that fails. Capitalism is okay on paper, although honestly, capitalism is one of the worst looking isms on paper because it's one of the only ones that focuses on capital over people, in its most basic form anyway, which sounds like it should be pretty bad. However, capitalism being focused on can enable people a lot, so it still sounds good on paper. So does socialism, so does communism. But the actual practices of like the most direct version of these isms, because they don't tend to take into account human greed and desire for power, and then desire to keep themselves in power and form a system around themselves to protect themselves and their friends in power. That tends to happen in all of these isms, and there's not enough protections from it, and so people get in there and they screw it up for their own gains. That happened with capitalism. And so far, we're the biggest example of late-stage capitalism that exists on the planet, and we suck. So, the rather than the theoretical late-stage capitalism that might be good only in theory, the actual practical late-stage capitalism, the truth of the matter is that this is what it is right now. Hopefully we'll have a different example in the future, but theory and practices are unfortunately not the same. Eva says, sorry to be this way, but preach. Never forget where you started from and your hard working that got you to where you are. Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's always a balance. And like, again, I never want to sound too preachy. I talk a big game a lot of times, but I also feel like I spend a lot of times prefacing things, and I think I'm always going to do that. Even though it sounds like it weakens my standpoints, I'm always going to put the little asterisk and say, take it with a grain of salt. Or, I'm not an expert in this thing. I'm just speaking off of anecdotal stuff. And I think anecdotal stuff is important, but not one of the strongest measures in life. I think it's good to have a balance of things, and experiences can be a lot. But everything I'm saying here is based on my experience and what I've learned so far. But I just think it's very important to take everything you've been through and try to digest it in whatever way you can to make it beneficial for propelling you forward further. It's very, and I made a tweet like this recently because I had a lot of people come to me kind of upset about things, or I saw a lot of my friends on Twitter going through hard times in the VTubing circle, that people felt like they were evil, or like they were monsters, or they were bad people for feeling things like jealousy or bitterness when they saw some of their friends succeeding. There was a lot of people on Twitter who were like, oh, this person who's been around for like 3 months just got partnered on Twitch. And I've been like struggling to do this for years, and I'm nowhere close. And they were mad about it and things like that. And then they were like, I don't know if I should just graduate because I don't feel like I should be bitter about a friend's success. Maybe this is turning me into a bad person. And I'm like, it's fine to feel jealous. It's fine to feel bitter. These are all natural feelings. I think trying to suppress negative feelings can actually be a lot more disastrous. Just like negative times in your life, and I'm resetting my tracking here as I talk, so if I look a little strange, that's why. Blah, blah. But it's like all these things are really important. You need the dark times to see the light times. You need everything in context. Your brain looks for conflict and boundaries, like we talked about earlier. It's very important to take all of the dark stuff that happens, and I think that the most important thing is how you digest that and turn it into something to better yourself. And not everybody succeeds there. A lot of people become jaded, or they retract into their shell a little bit more, like I was talking about in the past, getting rejected by things or having bad experiences with things when I was less confident. Like, the path to bettering yourself is not always... you don't always go forward, you know? Sometimes you get distracted, you get pit stops, sometimes you turn backwards a little bit. But we should always be aiming for forward. And digesting the negative things and turning them into some form of determination, or some sort of inspiration, or some sort of point that you can reference of like, I don't want to go back to that. Or seeing somebody who did you wrong and be like, I don't want to ever be that. I feel bad when people get stuck in jadedness, or they turn away from the world, or they decide that because their positive acts were punished, that they're not going to try anymore. Because I think that, like, halting progress is the biggest way to just hurt yourself. I do understand how people get there, but this is all just for me personally. It doesn't really matter what I've been through. I think I just need to keep it with me and remind myself to always try to be a better person with it. And I'm not all the way there yet. I'm still learning from things. I mean, I don't think I'm ever going to be all the way there by this philosophy. I should always be working to better myself. So, again, grain of salt. It's just been on my mind a lot lately. Trace says it really depends who's on the top, given the right amount to the right people, then pyramid down. So I meant by terrible decisions, favoritism sucks. Yeah, favoritism sucks, greed sucks. A lot of the unpleasant things that happen by people who take advantage of the system in the worst of humanity that always destroys the isms suck. At some point, we'll find some way to protect against those things, but we're really a very fledgling race, especially in terms of government. You try to talk about government, at most, it really goes back a couple thousand years, but any, like, modern type of government, in like the in practice form, globalized, can only go back couple hundred years. Unless you're going to consider some things like Genghis Khan's conquering a more globalized government thing and stuff like that, but it really kind of wasn't. We're very young as a race. Rua says human self-interest will always be stronger. Yeah, for a long time at least, until we change. Evolution's very slow though. Kind of. Some evolution seems to be quick. Atreus says, oh, I tell myself I'm a monster every day, that's why I strive to be better. I mean, hey, if that's how you digest it, to strive to be better, good. You've gotten there. At least you're striving to be better. Some people get stuck. Leo says, thoughts and feelings are fine, it's the actions and choices that influence the direction of growth. Exactly. And the internet makes that difficult a lot of times, especially since we're anonymized. I might have put a little too many nins in there the first time. Behind like numbers and faceless avatars and all these things, and we don't see people. So a lot of people find the ability to try and act in a very petty way very quickly, or to say something that's on their mind when they're heated or anxious, and then it might be something that they wouldn't have said to somebody's face, or that they'd want to take back later when they're no longer feeling heated or anxious, but it's now out on the internet. So they either crushed somebody else or made a really bad reputation for themselves. And it makes the internet makes that a lot harder, because there are immediate consequences on the internet. Especially in the clout world, man. Yuki says, oh, suppressing negative feelings can be disastrous over time. There was one thing in particular that really bothered me, but I tried to ignore it to be nice, and eventually it bubbled up and exploded, and it was way worse than it should have been. Yeah, that happens a lot. That happens in friendships a lot, too. There's some people who like to avoid conflict. I've known a few in my lifetime. And so, like, something will happen that puts a little strain on a relationship, but it's only on, like, a single perspective. Somebody gets bothered by something, but they don't say anything about it because they're like, oh, maybe it was just this one time. And then they get bothered about it again later, and then again after that, and then they're like, oh, it might even feel a little awkward if I brought it up now because I've let it happen for so long. And they like really fear conflict, and they do whatever they can to avoid it. And then eventually it comes to a breaking point, and that person just like goes nuts on the person that's been bothering them, lets everything out at once, like in an explosive way, and the person that's been bothering them often doesn't even know. This happens time and time again. They didn't know that they were doing anything wrong because the first person didn't communicate with them. And then suddenly it comes out like explosively and aggressively, and it comes as like a shock and a feeling of betrayal to the person who didn't know because they didn't hear anything. Communication is really key, and expressing is really key. Like, it might be awkward or unpleasant at first, but it's gonna be like way better than the result down the line if you try to avoid it. Maitreya says that's me every couple of months, especially the summertime when it's constant. You always forget about that, Redeem. Oh, the Dawn one. Hello, Jose. How you doing? You definitely like to avoid conflict, Yuki. I used to be more like that, but I don't know. I learned too many lessons from it. I saw too many friends suffer from it. So now anytime, like, I always say to my close friends, I've had friends be like, oh, please let me know if I'm like doing anything wrong. I'm like, you know what? 100% I will. Like, you don't even have to ask me. If you do something, if you're my friend and you do something that rubs me the wrong way, like I'm bothered by it, I'm gonna go to you and I'm gonna communicate it like right at the beginning when it's not a big problem at all. It's not even gonna be a conflict. I'm just gonna express how I felt about something. And then it doesn't have to turn into something big because usually your friend understands. If you go in there and you're not attacking them, you're just like, hey, listen, this thing, I really didn't like this. Can you try not to do this again to me? If they're actually your friend, usually they care about that, you know? And it's not big. So I try to do that a lot. I even do that with you guys. I've got a lot of people on the stream before who've been like, let us know if we're going too far with something. I do speak up and let you know if something you're doing is bugging me. It hasn't happened in a little while, but it certainly happened before on stream, and I'll say it right on stream. I think it's happened less nowadays because you guys know me, but there's been times where I've been like, oh, please stop, and if people didn't, then they got like punished for it. But usually people did, because I communicate it. If a door is locked, speak to it. Communication is key. Jose. Elva says that happened to me recently. Yeah, unfortunately, it's pretty common. Jose says, I'm sure it will open up. I'm doing well because been lurking because I didn't want spoilers. We only played about an hour of Lies of P. Most of it was talking and playing The Exit 8. Lies of P was just at the very end. Haru says, Dad, did you see the Monster Hunter announcement? Ooh, Monster Hunter announcement? Azrael says, when someone you have never ever talked to... Oh wait, did I miss something? Hold on. You know what's weird? When someone you have never ever talked to, that person made the weirdest comment ever, and you just lose respect or interest. Yeah. Well, that can especially happen online too. We talk about online making it weird. Parasocial stuff can happen. We often associate parasocial with somebody who's like, I don't know. I hate to say famous because it can be on a smaller level too, but we think about it as like the entertainer and the viewer, right? The streamer and the viewer, a celebrity and a fan, etc. But parasocial can also be just between viewers. You know, there can be this one viewer who's completely unaware of the other one, but this other viewer for some reason found some reason to be kind of obsessive about a viewer in chat. Either they liked them a lot and wanted attention from them, or they were really annoyed about that person and like they start harboring annoyances without the person even knowing they exist, and they start using like passive aggressive forms of like commenting, or they bottle it all up and eventually explode on that person, and the person wasn't even really aware of their existence. That's a parasocial thing that can happen on the same level, and I've seen it happen a few times before. That sounds like what you're describing a little bit, Azrael dude. Leo says, I appreciate open, honest communication. Conflict can be great and lead to better understanding. Yeah, some of the most bonded you can ever be is over conflict. Even if you go to your friend and you're like, hey, this thing you did bothered me, can you not do that again? And they are not terribly receptive to it, but they are your friend. You might have a back and forth that's a little uncomfortable, but it could lead to a deeper bond. Locke! Welcome, Von Locke. Thank you for the raid. Let me see if I can hear this clip. Yeah, it seems quiet. Hold on.
I did not enjoy the teddy bear.
Raided my stream.
There we go.
Megan, welcome.
Hold on. I'm gonna give you another shout out here to get another clip that wasn't cut off with the
like
audio.
Lot.
There we go.
Oh, poor Marvin.
Oh, is this RE2? I gotta play this at some point.
Give it to you. It is.
How you doing, Locke? Good to see you. Welcome, Raiders. My name's Ricky. We're actually in the process of wrapping up the stream here, but we played The Exit 8 tonight. A weird $4 liminal semi-horror experience. I highly suggest it. If you like that sort of thing, it's an indie game, only $4 on Steam. And not too long, either. Then we talked for a while and moved on to Lies of P, and we beat one boss. Still quite toward the beginning of that game, but I am enjoying it so far. How you doing, Locke? Did you play through Lies of P all the way? Let me put back on our music. There we go. And let me catch up a little bit with chat. Let's see. Trey says, I've said that to everyone, and I'm sorry, I once again have lost the context because I'm talking too long. Yuki says, good thing you haven't gotten serious about Ikiki. Oh. Elva says, my bad if I came across as weird sometimes. I don't remember what you were commenting on for that, Elva, but you have not rubbed me the wrong way yet. And like I said, I'll let people know if they do. If I ever come to you and I'm like, hey, this thing that you did like upset me a little bit, please know that I'm doing that because I actually think of you as somebody worth the trouble, worth the effort, you know? In the streaming world, you can't always do that. Some people, if they come in and they're just being like bad and troublesome, sometimes you just gotta ban them. But like, you guys, I care about you guys. I'll come to you and actually say something. So if I ever say something to you like that, please don't take it as an attack or an attempt to start conflict or anything like that. That's me actually like caring and making sure that I address something so that our relationship does not go sour. Atreus says, I never once revered someone as a celebrity. The way I grew up, people are people. We all eat, poop, and die. No reason to kiss ass. That's probably a good way to be, Atreus. I can't, like, I rationally feel the same way, but there are definitely people out there that I would get starstruck to encounter that I just think are really cool. I definitely don't think of people as people. There are some people I dislike. It's rare for me to hate people, but there are a couple people out there that I hate. There are people out there that I love. There are people out there I think are really cool that excite me more. There's people out there that I really would rather not encounter. And some of them are exciting enough that I get that starstruck feeling to a degree. But I don't consider them like better than me or better than others necessarily. Like their actions might set them apart or something like that. But not based off of celebrity status. You have a few parasocial parasites yourself, it's annoying. Jose, yeah, I have a few as well. I think we have a couple in common too, based on some conversations we had. I don't know if we've ever, maybe we've exchanged like one name or two, but I think we're usually just very wink wink and nudge nudge with each other. Even in DMs, it's like me and Jose will vent about things and we're like, I think I know who you're talking about, or from like communities and things that we've shared in the past or that we still share or whatever, or people who've just passed by at some point. But we just tend to not, like, we tend to share feelings and not drag names too often. That's just me with MZ, says fair enough. You haven't done anything wrong, it's weird. Yeah, like I said, back when I first started streaming, there was a number of people from one of the communities I was a part of that got really mad. And I didn't even know these people. And I never talked to them or anything like that. And they went and started spreading rumors about me. And, you know, I guess I'm lucky to a certain extent that I never interacted with them because they knew me so little. They knew me so little that the rumors that they started spreading to try and like cancel me or get other people to hate me didn't stick because they didn't make any sense. Like anybody who started to get to know me even a little bit could tell it wasn't true, that it was just contrived, and they weren't that good at being consistent about it. So luckily it was a failed attempt. And it was one of those people who was the one that contacted me. I've told this story before, who contacted me again recently after like 3 years and was furious to see that I was about to celebrate my 3 years of streaming. Again, I had never bothered to talk to this person, but they messaged me like on Twitter. I guess they must have seen my advertisement for 3 years of streaming, and they sent me this big, long, angry message about like the fact that I shouldn't still be streaming at this point. And like I was trying to ride coattails of people who I hadn't even been in like the chats of for years or anything like that. I don't get it. Some people just get that way. They definitely had weird parasocial relationships with me right off the bat, because I guess they thought they knew me and I didn't know them, and they got really upset with me, and I didn't even realize I had I had done anything. Sometimes that's just be how it be, and for people like that, you gotta distance yourself from them, because there's no talking rationality into that necessarily, and they're not, you know, you can't please everybody out there. Some people aren't worth the effort. I've seen people try and win over their biggest haters before, and their haters hate them to hate them, not with any rational reason. Trying to win them over seldom goes well. It usually just gives them things. It gives them attention that they crave and things that they can post around out of context, and it just gets you in trouble. Just scrolled far enough to get back to Vaughn's raid. Sorry if you raided it at an odd, like, deep conversation about parasocialism and things like that, Vaughn. I do thank you again for the raid. Yeah, we're having some talks tonight. Vaughn says, I haven't beaten Liza P yet. I switched gears this month to try The Last Faith, new Castlevania / Bloodborne type game. Ooh, that sounds up my alley. Elva says, thank you, Ricky. Of course. Thank you for being here and being a part of all this. You're a pretty cool person, Elva. Troublesome like saying Final Fantasy VII Remake. I was about to time you out as a joke, Matreus, but I don't want all your messages to go away. I think timeout deletes them. I want to read what you were saying. Leo says, I don't think I've ever heard an attacking tone from you, Ricky. Yeah, it takes a lot. It's not that it can't happen, it just takes a lot at this point in my life. Jose Ricky says he cares about you. Heck yeah, of course. Jose is one of the people I have actually gone to before and been like, hey, this thing you said kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And it was like a very subtle thing. Jose didn't do anything wrong. It was just a very subtle nuance that he hadn't yet been aware of about me with, so I communicated it, and it was no conflict. Just Jose and I streamed together for so long and have known each other for years, so something came up one time ever, and I communicated it, and that was it. That's why it's good to talk about these things. It also is good to let people know, like, where you stand, because if you actually communicate these things, then people don't have to be paranoid about their interactions with you, because they don't have to guess, oh, am I annoying this person? Or, oh, does this person hate me? Or is this person being passive aggressive toward me? Because if you just tell them when there's something wrong, and then when you're not telling them anything, it means there's nothing wrong, it's comforting. As long as they can trust that. About to sell a mate? Froggy's a lucky frog? I'm not sure. Not sure about this line of thinking, Matreus. Leopold says people are weird. 100%. I feel like that's one of the one statements out there that most people could agree with. I was gonna say everybody could agree with, but you know, people are weird. Some people would try to find a reason to not agree with that. Brewer says you should have replied with a thank you to the guy for following your Twitter. Yeah, I'm like, I didn't even know why he'd have any reason to have encountered anything that I was posting, but I guess I still lived in his head rent-free. Agreed, that's dedication. Yeah, dedication. Vaughn says, huh, no worries, it do be like that sometimes. Definitely check out The Last Faith, so much fun. Yeah, I'll have to write that down. Bloodborne and Castlevania are both awesome. Azrael says, yo, Ricky, I whisper you something about the Game Awards. Oh, okay, I'll check it out. After my after-stream care. Check it after stream? Yeah, will do. Speaking of after stream, I am now almost an hour past when we were supposed to end, and I said I wasn't going to do that because it's a work night and I need to be slept up. Bad Ricky. I enjoy our conversations, but I will wrap it up now. Now that I've noticed. Now that I've slapped a little bit of sense back into myself here by looking at the time, I'm not going to get caught in another conversation. I will raid someone and call it a night. Ow. Thank you for the bits, Leo. Go to bed, please. Also, I enjoy them too. Thank you. I'm glad you guys do. It means a lot to me. Even if we really take off and we grow a lot at some point, I always want to find a way that I can make sure to read and interact with the chat as much as possible. It's not a problem I have right now, but I am aiming to grow the channel. I want to make sure we keep this aspect of it too. I think it's going to be pretty tough to hit 1,000 followers. I think after today, we have 10 streams left to the year. So we'd need to hit just over 5 followers every single stream to get to the 1,000. So I do call upon you all a little bit. If you have anyone you can word of mouth to, have any ideas for growth, throw them out there. Let me know. Let your friends know, whatever it is. And we'll see what we can do to get there. I've got a few tricks I can try and pull, especially when I'm on my week off. I think we're going to do a lot of streaming during my week off toward the end. We might be able to get there. But like, we almost never get 5 followers a stream, and we'd have to get it every single stream to get there. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. Either way, I'm going to keep this goal here even after the beginning of the year, because I think we'll be close, even if we're not all the way there. And we'll have a big celebration once we get to 1,000. But the only reason I really bring it up is because I wanted to thank you all for being part of this growth. A lot of you have been with me for a long time. And still seeing you regularly show up here, it means a lot. And even the people who I just met recently, it's been a lot of people who are becoming regulars here on this channel, and I see you, and I appreciate you. And let me see. I gotta start a raid so it interrupts me if I keep talking. We got some options tonight. I'm kinda, you know what? I kinda wanna raid Sushi. We raided Fusushi not too long ago. But I'm just like looking at the whole list and I'm like, I'm kind of being drawn toward raiding Sushi tonight for whatever reason. So we're going to raid Fusushi! Fusushi is currently playing, it says Control, but I'm looking at the stream right now and it looks like some sort of like art thing is happening. It might be an in-between thing, or the channel category wasn't changed yet. I'll try to avoid Control spoilers. Oh no, I just got put into a 1 and 30-second ad and the raid is gonna happen. But yeah, anyway. Raid, sub-raid. If we get into Control, I'll try to avoid spoilers. But let's go spread the love. You can grab those raid messages if you want. Thank you so much for being here. Catboy likes sushi. I mean, not a cat boy. I don't have cat ears. Alright. I don't have a tail. I know you can't see down there right now, but you can at least believe me. Yeah. Thank you, Ezreal, dude. That doesn't help my point much, but thank you. And I will. I'll make sure I get good rest. I'll kind of fast forward my chores and getting ready for bed here and see if I can drop into bed. I think at least the positive is that I've been so tired that I should be able to sleep pretty easily. So I'm going to get kicked off by the raid. Thank you for being here, everybody. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
The right hug makes all the difference. Michelin wiper blades with advanced technology hug your windshield like our tires hug the road. For better visibility, see clearly,